You think you have the strength to protect the weak? Then prove to me these are more than empty words.
We may struggle with fear and anxiety, but we shape our own destiny. With our own hands.
I suppose this is the very essence of magic.
Take cover!
Attack in any number.
Hello, everyone. It's Thursday night, and as you know, Thursday night's Game and Lawyer stream every Thursday night around this time. Never miss a Thursday night, right? EV23. Not a one in almost 10 years. And hello, EV23. Hello, Alali. Hello. Oh, number one viewer, J Maxi. I was, as the trailer was going, I saw Evie come in, I saw Alali come in, and I was thinking, hey, I wonder where my where the number one G-Law fan is. Maxi. Now you were the first one to like the stream, apparently. At least I'm going to take your word for it. But you better watch out. Because, I don't know, 10, 11, 12, 15 more times, Evie being first in the room, she might start, she might challenge your throne. That's all I'm saying. You were busy clicking the thumb instead of typing. All right. And hello, Stone. What's up? And hello, Skull Sphinx. Skull Sphinx is right here. Skull Sphinx, have you met Jay Maxi, the Gaming Lawyer channel number one fan? He's right there. But you know what? Evie's creeping up. He said he was busy clicking the thumb. Maybe that's true. But, it's a long way to fall from number one, You wish your wife could be that cool? Have you missed 45 seconds of gameplay yet? Well, I accidentally clicked this
45 seconds of game.
instead of the welcome screen. So technically you missed about that much of the 45 seconds jingle. But I haven't played anything. Like, I literally just started streaming 4 minutes ago. So, and look, I'm on cam for the first time. It's been a while since I've been on cam because my hair was getting so long and stupid. But I thought, first off, new year, new haircut. It had been like 3 months since I got a haircut. I was really not doing the haircut thing. And then, I was under the weather last week. Some people were worried about me. Apparently, Jeff Harbaugh doesn't do Discord, so he didn't see my my note on Discord saying I was not going to stream last Thursday. he thought I was still in LA too. So he thought I was like, maybe my house is burning down. Like, the fires hit me. So he got worried. So, I let him know in the future. I'll also post a YouTube note that I'm not streaming. Just so people that don't do Discord don't get super worried. You weren't worried? Yeah, Happy New Year, Ali. Thank you. You weren't worried because I was a healthy young. I was a little worried. I think it was another one of those wake up calls. You know how I kept saying like, "Oh, I've slid this past year, I've backslid this past year. I need to get back on my routine." And you can have excuses. Like one of my excuses was, ironically, Millie sort of forces me to go on more walks than I used to back when I was super sedentary. But the walks are shorter. And then other things I was doing, like I stopped doing Beat Saber because it would mean I'd have to shut her out of a room, and that makes her anxious. So I stopped doing Beat Saber regularly. So a lot of the routines, and I'd already been, before we got Millie last year, I'd already started slowing down my routine. So I was already sliding, and then that sort of solidified it. So I think what happened over the past couple of weeks was a little reminder that like I was doing really good for like a year and a half, and then I kind of backslid. And because what it was is like last Monday I just started feeling dizzy, which is like, that's alarming. Well, I mean, it's not unusual. Sometimes I think everyone sometimes gets a little bit like a little whatever, but this went on for like day after day. It was still like it never stopped. Hey, Brad. So yeah, that's why I didn't stream. I missed the first 3 days of work. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and finally Wednesday I set up an e-visit through my doctor and spoke to someone. And they basically were like, they ran me through some questions and basically just confirmed like, yeah, based on what you're telling us, it doesn't sound like an emergency. Like just because sometimes dizziness can be like evidence of something serious, like a stroke or heart attack, whatever. But like, no, you should still come in and probably get some labs done and stuff and make sure you don't need like medication adjustment or, just to make absolutely sure nothing crazy happened. But they're like, yeah, sometimes people just get vertigo. And I know I got like, remember last year I got one of my ears got fully clogged for like a month. So even though it doesn't feel clogged, like could it be weird? My inner ears do weird stuff. But anyways, also like my new job has been stressing me out a lot. So it could be stress, it could be a lot of things. So we're still I actually went into the doctor on Monday. And then they've set up, like, I need to go get labs. They're going to do one of those EKG things where they put the things on you. And they said, like, they really don't think anything serious is going on. But anytime someone, like, has concerns, they just order that. So they're going to do extra testing. And then I'm going to meet up with my primary at the end of next week. Anyways, so I'm back. I'm doing medical stuff again. But the wake-up call, it was that, like, I was pretty healthy for like a year. And then this kind of shit wasn't happening. You had an EKG. I've had them done a couple times. But, and you're sorry for calling me a coward. It's okay, Brad. Well, I forget why you called me a coward. Was it because I played something on easy mode? Or I didn't stream? I don't remember why you called me coward. So, I got over it. By the way, Brad, I've been following... I haven't seen everything or totally caught up because you've been very prolific in your release of Caves of Cud videos. But I've been following and inspired by your Caves of Cud. Okay, Brad has been doing for the past week and a half, has released 22 Caves of Cud, like half-hour Let's Play episodes. And it's making me want to play that again. Like, consider making it my next game that I jump into. Oh, it was a reply to one of Jeff's comments. Okay. Your dad turned 75? So you went and visited your family your days off. Cool. 75s, that's one of those quarter centuries right there. The 25-year marks are the big ones. 25, 50, 75, and next up for your dad, 100. From what you've told me, you have the kind of family where people sometimes live that long, so he might make it. Most people don't get there, but certain families seem to be better at getting there than others. The 1.0 release is really good. Way different than what you remember from like 5 years ago. Well, I can't remember when I got really into it. Or where I really jumped into it. Because I put in like, I don't know, probably 40 hours or something into that game. At some point when I jumped in. And I think it was pretty far along. It was sometime in the last couple years. I can't remember what happened with that. I mean, I think I mentioned before, like it makes me crave a game that's like that, but it's more fantasy oriented. And so that's when I started playing like Ancient Domains of Mystery and start playing some other games. What is that one? Tales of Maj Oyal. Which is like always feels real rough compared to the Caves of Cud. Yeah. Caves of Cud is really, it's like really good quality. You're surprised your mother let you live past 15? It's a grim statement. It's actually really approachable. Yeah, but it's not correct to call it a roguelike. Yeah, I've watched a couple of your videos and where you decided you're going to stop doing permadeath. And it's a little bit like Stone Shard. Like Stone Shard, some people play it permadeath, but at this point that's not, they're like, no, it's like a world. There's some stuff that's procedurally generated, but like by and large, like the world map is the same. Some locations are different. What you find in certain locations might be different. But yeah, and the Caves of Cud too. It notoriously, like I've seen discussions about this where they say that there's certain points in the game where you can hit difficulty spikes, like when you move on to new regions for the first time, where notoriously like everyone the first time they went like to the jungle ended up getting wiped out. They might be 50 hours into a gameplay, like a playthrough, and they're doing pretty good, and then they enter a new area where they're caught off guard with what's there, and boop, they're dead. Now they gotta start over. Not everyone's got time for that shit. I can see the appeal of like starting over. There's so many different ways you can create characters, so starting over, trying a new character type and playing around. There's lots of replayability to the game, but I think the idea that like if you die you got to start over from the beginning every time, that's a bit much. And there's one enemy that's just gonna kill you unless you know how to deal with it. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember. I think the last time that I played it, something like that might have happened. Like I'd gotten what for me was the furthest I'd ever been. And I thought like, hey, I'm starting to get this down. I'm starting to do well. And then like I took a wrong turn somewhere and that was it. I wasn't super far in though, by any means. So, and as for myself, I've been playing this Metaphor ReFantazio. Is pretty much the only game I've been playing for the last couple of weeks. I basically had wound down on Stone Shard by my last stream, and I think I might have played a little more, like once or twice played some more Stone Shard. I did play some more Stone Shard over that following weekend, and then sort of just put it down. Um, I'm about I put in about 85 hours into this. I don't know how far I am in terms of progressing, like finishing it. I'm gonna guess I'm maybe over halfway through it. The only reason I think there's a lot more to go is because of the way character class progressions work. I know that the way you can develop like because you start with like your seeker as your character class, for example, and then you gain the ability to unlock an advanced version of that. So it's like the magic seeker. And then you get, so we get to 20, then you can open up and play the Advanced Seeker. You start at 1, and then you get to level 20 in the Advanced Seeker. And if under certain conditions are met, you can unlock the next one, which is like a Soul Hacker for that particular one. But there's some progressions where you've got to get up to level 20 in like 6 different classes to get to the top tier, the most advanced. Because they'll do things like, to get into the 3rd tier of the Thief's tree, you also have to max out like certain level of mage, certain level of gunner, certain level of this. And it's like, you've got to max out a bunch of like 6 subclasses to get to the top of a particular chain of classes. And I know I haven't gotten near that far. That's why I start thinking like, I feel like I'm getting real far into the game, but I have a feeling there's a lot more to go. Where the achievements can be a hint, but then again, it could spoil part of the game. Well, and I don't know. That's hard to say. I might take a look and see if I can get some sense. So I never pay any attention to achievements. Let me check. Yay. Stop it. Metaphor. Where can you check all your achievements for a game? That's like how bad I am, is I don't even know where to look at it. Like, I know if I go, I'm on just the entry in Steam in my library, and if I scroll down, it'll tell me like which achievements I've gotten most recently. Can I expand that somehow? Oh, I know in Steam, but I just don't know where to look at, where in Steam to look to find that information. So here we'll do this. Oh, I can probably... Well, I can keep pure imagination on. Wait, where's my camera? Boop, here I am. So here's my library. And then I go to Metaphor ReFantazio. And then when I click on that, it takes me to this page. Here, okay, here's achievements over here. Oh, view my achievements. Okay, there we go. So I've earned 18 out of 44 achievements. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm only 41% achievements. I could be more than 41% of the way through the game. Really depends on how the achievements are structured. And there's 8 hidden achievements. I'm trying to think, when I had it smaller, was that hidden? Or was I just not seeing it? No, it was all there. I just had information overload. There's like a ton of shit here, Brad. I found it though. But I was looking over here and then I scrolled down. I was, going from left to right. So I was scrolling down like, where's and I was like, oh, somewhere around down here it was like, these are the achievements you got. I achieved Blessed Power, Purify a piece of equipment. I achieved Tactical Strike. You beat Final Fantasy VII Remake twice? Like from beginning to end? Holy crap. So I take it you're going to get Rebirth when it comes out. Isn't Rebirth coming out like next week? And I played for 87 hours. Which for me, that's pretty hefty. That means I'm in it. I'm in it. Would I recommend this game? Yes. But no, I don't want to do a review. Fuck off. I'll be going back to that game. I don't know when, though. The part of me almost wants to wait until they release the third part. So that I don't... I don't hit a point where I'm like, okay, I'm now 2/3 of the way through the story. And now I've got to wait 4 years for the rest of it to come out. And by the way, Zornkev, I didn't say hi, did I? I've been acknowledging your comments, but I don't think I said hi. Hi, Zornkev. Happy New Year, man. If I didn't say it already. As I say, new year, new haircut. Look at this. Rarely Default 2, you have 70%. And that's probably your max for an RPG. 72% in I was gonna say Dairy Queen 11 in Dragon Quest 11. You haven't beaten that, have you? I thought you'd never beaten Dairy Queen 11 yet. So, oh my god, the other thing that was discouraging from my doctor's visit is because I've been avoiding weighing myself. when I let things go, I don't like to measure too closely. But they weigh you when you go to the doctor, and I gained back most of my weight. So that was discouraging. But I'm still in better shape than I was. I've still remained more physically active than I was like 2 years ago before I started getting my shit in order. So, and they say muscle is denser than fat, so I'm probably not as as I was before, but I've definitely backslid quite a bit. Like, I could still, I think, look at streams of myself from 2 years ago and think, oh, I definitely look like thinner than I did. I look healthier than I did when I was like 48, right? But still, it was just a wake-up call, like, yep, time to get back on the horse, right? The holidays just passed. Well, yeah, but I mean, and the thing is, it's like, wow, that was really like a lot, but well, and it's hard to say too, because I went into the doctor and I was fully clothed and wearing my shoes and everything else. And, you know, and when I go to when I weigh myself at home, it's all very controlled. It's before I've had anything to eat or drink. And I go to the bathroom. I try to like make myself as light as possible, and then I'll go in my boxers and get on the scale. So they definitely put some that makes a difference. It adds a few pounds. I wouldn't say it'd be like, oh shit, well, my fucking 20-pound shoes. That's what made that. I'm not any heavier. It was my damn 20-pound shoes. I had them on. That's the problem. But yeah. So, but no, realistically, I probably regained over the last year like 18 pounds. So I didn't gain it all back, like, because I think at my height I was like 280 something, and then I got down to around 245. And I think with my 20-pound ass shoes, with my shoes adjusted for shoes and clothing, I was probably like in the high 260s, like mid to high 260s. So it's like, all right. I'm going to eat my way through Chinese New Year. It's got to get back into Beat Saber. It's hard to find a form of exercise that you don't hate. Yeah, that's true. And that was the thing, is like Beat Saber worked for me. And I was saying earlier, I don't want to blame Millie for this, but because I was already backsliding, but I basically stopped doing Beat Saber because I had to close myself off from her to do it, and that makes her anxious if I close her off from me. So I just wouldn't do it. Because it's sort of like the other thing that I stopped doing is I stopped drinking my Huel smoothies for breakfast, and I would end up finding other worse things to have for breakfast that were easy. And the reason I stopped doing Huel is because Millie is stressed out by the blender. And rather than deal with Millie being scared of the blender, I just stopped making my Huel shakes. And as much as you give me shit for drinking my health smoothies, and I've been doing that for like 8 years, for a long time. I've been doing not Huel always, but like protein or health smoothies for breakfast. And there are a lot of years where it was like I was otherwise being like really eating shit all the time, and a lot of the time those smoothies it was like the one good decision I was making in any given day. And then whatever lunchtime would be like, all right, let's get some Jack in the Box or whatever. I'll be having to drive to Chinese New Year dinner to prevent you from drinking. Oh, nice. Anya's gotten over her pee problem entirely. Millie is, and she's still a poorly behaved dog, especially when Florence is walking her. Millie's gotten worse over time with that. She's more anxious. She has more like she freaks out. We call it kermiting. Like when she sees a car and she wants to go for it, she just starts like jumping at the end of her leash, making these weird like yelping, barking. Like she just has a little like she loses her mind. But she started doing that at like just almost any time someone walks by us. I have to restrain her and pull her back, and she acts like she wants to kill them. And I think it's just anxious. Like a lot of times she wants to meet them and go up to them. But if she gets close, if they put their hand down or something, then she'll just start freaking out. So, and then other times she just flat out like just goes for people walking by minding their own business. And she'll get down, she'll hunch down next to me, like lay down as they're passing, and then as they pass, she'll lunge at them. And of course, she can't get to them. I have her on the leash. She doesn't get to them, but she tries to. And it's just gotten worse. Like, because before it was like she'd get like that once in a while, something would trigger her with a person or a dog, but now it's like pretty much every single time. So part of it is being protective. And so actually, look, we did some research, Amanda mostly, and she found, any guys heard of, it's an online thing, like a site that you get memberships in and they have online courses. There's probably a lot of them. The particular one that Amanda found is called Spirit Dog. And they have a whole series of like lessons around reactivity. Do you have a harness? Oh, Hardee's. Yeah, Carl's Jr. It's called Carl's Jr. here. Positive reinforcement of bad behavior isn't working, say it. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like, and it's hard to know what to do. Because if they're acting out of anxiety or fear and you scold them, it just makes it worse, right? Because when that's what I've started watching these videos about reactivity. And they say it'd be like if you went to the dentist and you're anxious, and then the dentist started yelling at you because you were anxious. You would get even more anxious anytime you went to the dentist after that, because it's your gut reaction, and that's what this reactivity is. They're not deciding to do a certain thing like, oh, here comes a person, I'm going to be angry now. It's like an instinctual, like an emotional reaction that they get. Do I still have those Factor 55 meals? No. And that was one of the things, and actually I still really liked Factor. The problem was I was having trouble with their deliveries. Like multiple times, like half the meals were missing, or they would show up 3 days late and the meals would be like, whatever. And that's maybe not their company's fault, but the people that are handling the local deliveries. But I stopped using them, and I was doing Cook Unity. And Cook Unity is another service that is ready to eat meals. and they're actually really good. They're like restaurant quality meals, but they're also not as healthy. Factor is a lot healthier. It's like dietitian evaluated meals. So I was doing Cook Unity for a while, and for the last month or so, because it's expensive, like Amanda's been talked me into just doing, like, we'll batch up meals at the beginning of the week and try and like do our own homemade stuff, which is obviously cheaper. It's a lot more work and a little bit harder to nail the like portioning and all that other stuff when you're doing it yourself. And so that's one of those things too where I'm almost thinking, like, to get back under control, I might try going back to Factor, because it's really, this is one of the reasons Factor worked, is because I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to think about how much food to put on my plate. I just would pick meals that I knew were good, that I like I knew that I enjoyed, and if I ate them, it'd be healthy. The Factor meals are actually somewhat healthy. I mean, I don't know, maybe if I actually clinically dissected them, I'd find out there was a lot of sodium. I think there's sodium. But, and my impression could be all wrong, but I thought some of the services were less healthy, but the Factor was actually somewhat healthy. See, Florence tries to distract her with treats, so she just gets treats when she's being a dick. Neither of us believe in using negative reinforcement on our sweet baby. When you walk her, she's much better. Not perfect, but much better. She has no treats. She's out there walking for the love of the game. And that's honestly... And I just started looking at these videos about reactivity. But they're saying, well, first off, if a dog is having a visceral reaction, they're not even going to accept treats. And that's the case with Millie. If Millie's freaking out, she won't even take the treats. What I would do occasionally is if people went by and she didn't go after them and she was calm, or I could tell she restrained herself and didn't, like, she might tense, but she didn't do the thing. After they would pass, I'd give her a treat. I have no idea if that would help at all. But I would give her a treat when she would resist a trigger. When she would lose a trigger, I wouldn't give her a treat at that point. But they say a lot of it is getting them to, like, sort of reset their initial emotional reaction to those things, because you can repeated exposure. It's not like with people that say, oh, well, as long as you keep being around the thing, you'll get used to it and you get better. Apparently with dogs, it can be the opposite. Like, if you keep exposing them to the cars that are freaking them out, they'll get more and more, like, the enmity will build over time, and they'll get more and more like, there's fucking cars, where are they? And that sort of seems to be what's happening with Millie. So we'll see what these things do. But like the first lessons we got were to try to reintroduce her to walking as a different type of activity that was focused more on, like, sniffing and exploration. Because a lot of times they say the act of, like, when dogs are sniffing a lot, that's actually very relaxing to them. And the more the walk becomes just about getting from point A to point B, or getting through it, and the less they stop and just kind of sniff, the more they're going to start coming focused on other stimuli. So, well, Millie seems anxious when we're walking a lot of the time. And that's the other thing, when the first sequence of lessons in this thing, we're talking about, like, causes of reactivity. And he said it could be, like, weird interruptions to socialization, like if dogs are in the pound, or if you're sick, or if they're sick, or whether you're snowed in for the winter. There are things that can cause them to be more reactive, but certain breeds are just naturally more reactive. And they listed, like, 5 or 6 breeds, and half of them were Millie's breed. Millie is Australian Shepherd, Border Collie, Blue Heeler. And of, like, the 6 breeds that they listed, Millie is 3 of those breeds, is what she's made up of. So I'm like, yeah, we got the perfect storm of just a dog that is just, by its very nature, tends to be like like an anxious, reactive dog. you don't understand Factor and stuff like that. You remember growing up with everyone is always like, you need not to use the microwave all the time. Yeah. I don't know. My impression of Factor was that they were not frozen meals. So, and that's one thing too, is a lot of like the frozen meals that if you get like, Banquet or Stoker's or whatever else, the frozen meals, the things that are designed to be frozen and kept frozen for a long time and like in a commercial setting tend to be like have a tons of sodium and other stuff for more preservatives and stuff. I'm thinking about like a meal service like Factor. Now, I think there is quite a bit. I think if you're going to point a finger at Factor or some of those services, it's sodium is where you're going to see that they end up still having a relatively high amount of sodium. Now, sodium is not the whole story of whether something is healthy or not healthy, but definitely higher sodium is not desirable in most circles. It's like a healthy pursuit. But like Factor is never frozen. It's like fresh made, refrigerated, packaged and refrigerated, and then it's like to your house the next day. And then you put it, and it's in a iced box, like insulated box. You put the stuff in your fridge, and then you've got like 5 days to eat it. So, if you're gonna compare it to like a Swanson's TV dinner, so if you're trying to live off of Swanson's TV's dinners, that would be a lot worse for you than some of these services that are making at least some effort to come up with balanced meals that have like some meat and some veg and not too much fat, not too much this or that. And of the services that do that I've examined, now some go like full on health, like super into like super healthy, and Factor's not like necessarily like that, but you can tell they put in a pretty strong effort to create a menu that is focused on balanced meals. Stew life. Here you go. Yeah. We've done some stews since my wife has been making like batching meals for us. You think Madras Cook Unity is way better than Factor? You tried Factor, most of the meals were super repetitive. Well, that's the thing and I ended up doing Cook Unity a lot more because, like I said, Cook Unity is like restaurant quality meals. They have an amazing diversity, all sorts of different, like all the different world styles of food you can think of. They have all sorts really interesting, lots of stuff I've never even tried before. And I was like, wow, this is really good. Like, if you're going to ask me what the most enjoyable meal service is, I would definitely say Cook Unity. But Cook Unity, if you're not paying attention, it is not by any definition healthy if you're just randomly selecting meals because they sound good. And the thing about Factor is you can more or less, now some have a few more calories than others and whatever, but you can more or less live, like if you did 2 Factor meals, one for lunch and dinner, which is what I was doing for a while, and you don't pay attention to like the nutritional information, if you look in retrospect, it's going to turn out it's all within a certain range that's going to be relatively healthy and well balanced. Not so with Cook Unity. There are things in Cook Unity where it's like you look at the thing and it's like, oh shit, 1,200 calories for that meal. Costs the same as everything else, but it's like yeah, it's not there to be healthy. It's there to give you an option for something that's like a really like going to a restaurant ordering like something real naughty, you know. You crave beef stew when you're playing Red Dead Redemption 2? Yeah, like the pot when they're all getting out of the yeah. I can totally see that, Maxie. You know, if you'd say it's not healthy, but they have a wide range of options. That's what I'm saying, is you can definitely still be healthy with Cook Unity, but you have to pay attention. You have to be very careful what you're selecting. Don't just select stuff because it sounds good. You got to really make sure you're looking at the nutritional information and making decisions like, well, if I'm going to get that one, then I've got to get some other ones that are like, because they have some real lean ones too. They have one that's like a cauliflower curry, which is one of my favorites. It's really good. It's only like 460 calories. real low, and like it's really good. So I like would get, I'd get one of those a lot of weeks. I get at least one of those, and then I'd be like, okay, I can get the Korean barbecue pork, which is like 860 calories. It'll balance out the curry one that I got that's only 460. Oh my god. Yeah, if you're limiting your calories to 1350 a day, yeah, no, that's a lot, not a lot of calories. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, like, shame on you, you have a problem. That's like, I've heard definitely those kind of numbers when, like, for legit, like, recommended diets under certain circumstances, like to lose weight specifically. Yeah, and you could easily get way too many, and that's the thing. That's what the point that I'm making about. And the other thing that I noticed with Factor is there was almost always an emphasis of, like, you're getting your protein and you're getting your veg, you're getting your protein and you're getting your veg, and there's always like a significant presence of veg to with respect to everything else. And that is part of also what can make the meals a little repetitive, because a lot of it is a chicken breast and then a veg where it could be like green beans, pretty like standard type veg, and usually it's just like different variations of sauces that they'll put on the chicken, and I think their sauces are really good. But you end up getting where half your meals are chicken and a sauce with veg, and you're spinning like, what is the sauce, like what's on the chicken. All right, sometimes I say veg. I think I picked it up. It's a British thing. Vegetables, Brad. Vegetables. Vegetables. The small diced zucchini with no flavor, or char, or green beans. And then they had like the what do they call it, the zucchini spaghetti pasta, or spaghetti, where it's basically just like stringed zucchini. And all of those I would end up eating with the chicken. Like, I found that when I sort of pile that on the sauce with the chicken, that it created a really good balance. Because sometimes chicken can be a little on the dry side. So I always and still enjoyed those meals. Even if you tried to eat the vegetables by themselves, I agree, a good portion of the vegetables were a little bit on the bland side. The cauliflower matches were pretty good, yeah. Let's live in the future with only vitamin pills and water. Let me introduce you to Huel, my friend. No, but those still are shakes. You can say veggies. Okay, veggies. I don't have to say vegetables. Because otherwise Brad would be like, that's not it's not the correct word. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, it's vegetables, not veg. Is it England where they say veg? I know I picked it up from somewhere. I want to say it's like from English YouTubers I picked it up from. Veg. Your protein and veg. The good veggies are almost always locked behind a premium with Factor. I hadn't really noticed that. The thing is to be honest, yeah, the meals compared to Cook Unity got a little more repetitive, but there were a lot of meals that I really liked at Factor. It's just that, like, I feel like it was harder to get a wider variety at Factor than Cook Unity. Veg! They definitely say that in England. I'm almost sure that I picked that up from English vloggers, or, you know, movies or whatever. I'm gonna say, what was one of my favorite ones from them was, there's quite a few from Factor that I really like. But is that sun-dried tomatoes, where they have the zucchini, like the stringed zucchini, and they had this creamy, this like creamy red sun-dried tomato sauce. And I think one time that I got an order, like I ordered by accident. Like I didn't think it sounded good, but somehow they did an auto order one week because I forgot to hand select, or I got it by mistake or whatever. But like as soon as I tried it, I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. There's stuff at Factor where I was like, no joke, thought was absolutely delicious. Oh my god. Just have a little dizzy thing. I've still been dealing with the dizziness, which is why I called off stream last week because I was dizzy for like 4 days straight. And that's why I didn't want to talk for 4 hours on Thursday night. And I don't know exactly what's causing. I think it might be stress. My job has been real stressful, my new job. And this week, it's been really stressful. It's going to be more stressful. It's like this, whenever I think I'm starting to get it down, it's like just never, I can't find my happy place. It's just constantly putting me off guard and being more stressful. There's no routines. Every day is a new like explosion it's a whole new, it's like learning a whole new job every day. Is what it feels like. So, but it's definitely feeling better this week, but I just have moments where I'm like right now, I don't know what it is. Maybe this is probably the most that I've talked in 2 weeks. All of a sudden I was sitting here going, There were a couple meals you really liked with Factor, but they tended not to come up of it. I know, I found every time I ordered Factor, there were more of the meals. There were a number of meals. I could always fill like an order up with meals that I really liked without repeating, because I'd order usually 10 meals per week, like lunch and dinner for my work days, basically. So I didn't have to think about lunch, and then when I was coming out of work, I didn't have to think about what am I going to eat. I just go like to the fridge and go, oh, let's see, what is that like? Oh, chili mac. Okay, boom, that's what I'm having. Or whatever it is that I chose. The only downside is yeah, after you're doing it for a month, it seems like it's the same. It's mostly the same repeating cast of characters, meals, and there's a little bit of rotation of what's available from week to week, but it's mostly all the same usual suspects over and over, which is much like each week. What do they have? Like you can choose between 35 meals or something. Like it's the what you have to choose from for your week is, you got a few options. Whereas I'm pretty sure with Cook Unity, each week's like 150. There's like 150 meals to choose from, and those cycle. So, yeah, I absolutely say Cook Unity is in terms of enjoyment is the far superior service. In terms of, and like the stuff they give you is like really good. It's really good. If you don't want to think too hard and want something that's going to be relatively healthy, I think Factor is a better way to do it. If you don't want to be exercise vigilance in when selecting your food, which, let's be real, like the reason I did Factor in the first place is because I didn't want to have to do all the mental math about like having a well-balanced diet, because that hasn't been working for me for the first 50 years. So, and I think for me, that's why, delivery problems aside, Factor could be a better option for me if I am going to use a service again with the idea of health in mind, because it's basically like you're on guardrails a little bit, like you're not going to stumble into a menu any week that's going to fuck you up. And hello, Jeff. Yeah. We were talking about that a little earlier because that was on Brad. That was actually one of Brad's Caves of Cud videos where Jeff was like, "I was worried about you, man, when we didn't hear from you." So, but yeah, just as a lot of people don't know, because for many years, I was in LA when I first started streaming. I was in LA, We moved to Portland, Oregon in 2019. So, actually the end of 2018. We moved into this apartment, like, I think on January 10th of 2019. That's a trip though, because like, you know how Facebook will give you those like, hey, 5 years ago memories, you know, this is what you were doing on this day 5 years ago. And last week I got, hey, on this day 6 years ago. And I don't know, because I'm pretty sure I posted this on Twitter or someplace where you guys would have seen it, or maybe on stream, my next stream, but there was a point, probably Twitter. We first moved in here, it was going to still be like 2 weeks before our movers actually came with our stuff. So we had very little stuff. So basically, like, this room was a TV tray with a lamp clipped to it. And then I basically threw like a bunch of folded blankets on the ground, and that was my bed. I think I had a yoga mat too. And so I took a picture of just like this sort of, you know, looked like squatters living in here. And I thought it was funny. So I took a picture of it, and it was like of this room the first night I had it set up when we moved in here. And Facebook reminded me that was 6 years ago, and I was like, oh my God. Because I'm used to thinking of me living in LA as not being that long ago. And so I think once I crossed the threshold where it was past 5 years, it started feeling like it's been a long time. But when I could look at myself and say, well, 5 years ago, I was still in LA. Then it seemed like it wasn't that long. It seemed like I hadn't been away from LA that long. But when I can look at something and say, 6 years ago today, I was already living in this apartment in Portland that I'm at now. It's like, shit, I've been here a long time. Speaking of more than 5 years. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Medros. But yeah. And also, like I said, I had problems with Factor's deliveries. And that's why I kept... And then the next one that I tried was Cook Unity. And I was immediately like, oh my God, this is really good. Cook Unity is like really good food. Even though you've got to be... And you can still be healthy. You can still be healthy on it. You just do need to pay attention to what you're getting. And it's not like they hide the ball. Like, it's pretty up front and center. Like, calories per meal when you're going through and selecting them. There's certain basic health information like that. That's right straight up in center. It's not like you got to go digging to find like, oh wait, is this healthy or not? You get an idea just by the calorie count. Yeah, you can sort by low to high. Yeah. So there's definitely still ways to be healthy on Cook Unity. It's just that if you're just, sometimes I just browse the menu and I go, oh, that sounds really good. And that sounds really good. And I go, oh, nope. One of the ones that I really liked was those, what are they called? Adobo. There's the tacos. They're the pulled pork tacos. And it seems like over the last year and a half, they've gone higher and higher in calories. Like they started around 850 or something. And I was like, okay, I can work this in. Like I'll get another one of those cauliflower curry ones to make up for it. And then like over the course of the year, it's like, oh, that's $960 for the same tacos. And then now it's like over 1,000. And I was like, Taco Bell is healthy. It's not. Well, and that's the thing. Sometimes with these, I would still order stuff from Cook Unity that wasn't healthy because I figured like, hey, if I get this, I'll eat this instead of like getting, pizza that night or something. If I feel like I'm eating something junky, I want something that I'm going to have a cheating night anyways. Which when the whole time that I was like even super healthy, every week we had like one or two that I still had Taco Bell night. And then usually over the weekend we'd have like pizza or something. So I was still, it's not like I never had anything that wasn't healthy, but 90% of what I had was healthy. Carne Machaca. I can't remember if I had that one. And Nick, did I say good evening? I've been all caught up in all the stuff I'm talking about with all this. We got talking about Millie's behavioral problems. Let me see, did I lose that thread? Somehow I got to where I was having a substantial conversation about Millie's behavioral problems and the packaged meal, the health thing, because I was talking about my doctor's visit. This being a little wake-up call, I need to get my shit in order. I think we got through the dog thing. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't drop the ball on something. We're talking about that. I didn't acknowledge you. I saw you come in, and in my head I was like, hey, it's Nick. Nick, thank you for coming in, even though, at least tentatively, I'm playing a JRPG. It's just the only game I've been playing. And this week, honestly, yeah, I've been really stressed out this week. And still feeling a little bit. Well, like I said, they ruled out that, and like nothing super serious, at least immediately serious, is going on. So we'll figure out if it's just randomly, maybe stress, fatigue, whatever, probably. But like, my blood pressure hasn't been getting crazy. The stuff that they would be the most worried about that would have caused the problem, it's like isn't a problem, and like there wasn't like signs of anything serious like a stroke or anything going on. Dog's like, hey there, you need more veg, eh, Mr. G-Law? You gotta have more veg. But let me see. No, we didn't have Taco Bell this week. We had there's a franchise around here called Big Town Hero. And we had that delivered for lunch. And they had 2-for-1 specials. So Amanda and I both got 2 of their large sandwiches. So I had that. I had 1 sandwich for lunch and 1 sandwich before my stream. I almost fell asleep, but Millie kept me awake. She kept me honest. That after that sandwich, though, if it weren't for Millie harassing me and wanting to wrestle with her toys with me and stuff, I might have slept straight through the stream. You never know. Let me see. What other... I'm trying to think if there are any other... What I'm going to play... I don't know what I'm going to play after Metaphor, when I'm done with Metaphor. Because I've gone all in on Metaphor ReFantazio. I'm 85 hours in. It's like... I'm in it to win at this point. Which is like... And also for me, it's kind of good to stay focused. If I get that focused on a game, it's good that I don't look too far afield at other games. Because that's why I never ever finish any fucking game. Get a refund for no stream? What do you mean no stream last week? As we've established, I stream every Thursday night. I've never missed a Thursday night. Right, Brad? Is Brad still there? Evie? Vouch for me, guys. Ever in 8 years. I've been here every Thursday. I don't know where you were. Now, and right now, Jeff is like, what you talk? Wait, was he? Did I really miss it? Every Thursday night. Usually don't care if I play the game, but if I talk about my old man eating concerns, you're going to lose it. Or much longer, anyways. Yeah, there we go. Maxie, last week's stream was the best. Never missed a Thursday. That's right. You didn't get a notification this time? Yeah, see, check this out. Let me see. Mm. So just to make it generally aware, here I'm going to skip over here for a sec. This is my Discord general chat. And the main, there's a little bit of chatter happens on here, but the main thing that happens that I use this chat for is I post every single stream because YouTube's notifications are not reliable. So like a lot of the regulars that come in here every week, they're on Discord. And so literally every single stream that I've done for the past, I don't know how many years, Madros can tell you because I think it was Madros is who kind of pushed me to make this my official announcement platform. But yeah, every stream that I've done for years now, I've posted on here. And also, if I'm not going to show up for a stream, I used to put it on Twitter. But like certain people here don't use Twitter. Well, it's X now, but for reasons, a lot of people don't really use Twitter anymore. Some people haven't used it for a long time. So like here's last week. Just a heads up, folks. I've been under the weather this week, missing work, etc. Probably skipping stream this week. So that's like this is sort of the official news feed of the Gaming Lawyer channel here on Discord. And that's where I was like, yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt. Like if someone was actually worried about me, I'm like, where's G-Law? And they don't do Discord and they're looking for it. You could, if I posted something on YouTube saying I canceled stream this week, even if you didn't proactively get a notification, which is very likely, that news would not be thrust upon you. But if you were like, what the hell's going on with Gaming Lawyer? At least you'd be able to look and find it. Be like, oh, he put a post here on his YouTube channel that he's did not streaming today. You prefer Brad's Discord? Because it's in Chinese. Okay. You don't have to call it X. No one will make you. I still call it Twitter. I haven't updated any of my links. Like if you look on my YouTube channel, it's still a link. Like here's my social media things. There's a dead link to, I had a YouTube Gaming Lawyer Facebook page, which I basically never used. And I tried to access the link the other day and it was like, sir, this content's not available. So I don't know. I guess it's gone. I guess if you ignore it, it dies. Zitter? Zitter? Well, let's see. Just so I don't end up talking to old man problems. Full launch metaphor, ReFantazio. The Gaming Lawyer MySpace page. Is MySpace even still there? I swear I haven't tried to log into MySpace for like, I don't know, 15 years. I haven't set up an OnlyFans yet. I don't know, I just don't feel like the kind of content that I do is what people really go to OnlyFans for. I like this game. It's long, and some part of me is going to be a little relieved when it's over. But another part of me is going to be kind of sad. Well, that's loud. I want to say it's extra loud right now. For some reason, whenever I start letting that opening sequence play, I just have to watch it. Okay. Is it super loud, though? Is there a master volume? Okay, it's good for you? Okay. Yeah, and there's just so much about this game that I've really come to like. Not the least of which is that it plays really well on my Steam Deck. I've spent a lot of hours in my recliner playing this game. All right, so right now I'm in a huge dungeon. We don't need to get into the whole story, but I'm in a huge dungeon, and you can't recover your, like, do a rest where it recovers all of your health and mana, your magic points, while you're inside a dungeon. And you can only save when you find these special rooms. And so we found one of these rooms deep in the dungeon. And so what it does, though, is you can teleport back to the entrance. And then if you come back on another day in game, you can travel back to one of these special rooms that you visited previously. So you can start back in the dungeon where you left off when you come back. But if you really need to rest...
Let's go.
So I sort of was leaving it to my discretion at this point whether I wanted to continue. So you can see my health, my magic points. A couple of my people are pretty low. So I don't think I'll be able to finish this dungeon without resting. But one problem too is you also want to maximize the amount of experience that you get, because you can't just go on the countryside and grind. Everything you do
What now?
takes up a calendar day. And I've got plenty of time. Like, okay, right now is the 29th or whatever. And I have until the 5th of... Basically, in the game, like, I have got about, what, 7 days? And I could probably got 1 or 2 more days, and I'm going to finish this dungeon. So that's the only real deadline. But the more days you have open, the more you can use it for other stuff. You can use those days, instead of going to a dungeon, you can use them to develop different skills and develop relationships. And here they have these sort of kingly attributes that you're constantly developing. That you need to, like, courage and wisdom and etiquette and different, or eloquence, I think they call it. These different skills that you can develop that will unlock your ability to engage with certain content. So I think my last plan was, I was playing this last night and it was getting late and I was getting tired, and I came across this, I think they're called Magla Hollows. I like the music in the Magla Hollows. I kind of wish you could just regain your health, but that's one of the things of this game. And health is actually easy to regain.
What now?
The real bottleneck is regaining your magic points, your MP. Oh, and also, you can only have 4 people in your party, but I did recently find a 5th party member, so you can swap them out. So this one guy, Heisme, I've used all of his magic points. But I had, who did I have? Stroll I had on reserve. So I popped Stroll in. You wish you could regain your health too, but like I've got potions and skills that can easily regain health. There are potions to regain your magic point. I guess it's called Magla points, MP. But they're not unlimited. Like a health potions, as many as you can afford, you can go into a shop and buy. Not so with mana potions. With magic, like to restore your magic, there's only certain vendors that will sell a very limited number of them. So you can't just burn through those. So you got to treat those kind of like a precious resource. And so once in a great while, I'll be in a dungeon. I'll be like, I need to push through this. And my people need their magic points back. And so I'll just like burn through a bunch of these magic mana potions. But for the most part, I really try not to use them. So like, see, each one of these, I have 15 of these ones, Magla pills. But each one only restores 20 MP to one ally. And they all have like 250 MP. So when they all start running low, you got to burn through this stuff like crazy to just even make them a little bit functional. Brad uses Jameson. So one of the strategies is, as long as you're spending a day dedicated to being in a dungeon, is to try to gain as much experience as you can, just to make your characters stronger, even if you're not necessarily going to finish. And then once you're to the point where they're starting to run out of MP, it's no joke. It's kind of hard. Like, the battles are... It's not like super where you're going to die all the time necessarily, but I'm sweating a little in a lot of these battles. You can't like tune out and go on autopilot. So right now I'm on... I think I'm like 8th level into this dungeon. So it's a pretty big dungeon. I think I'm like, this literally room ahead might be the end of the dungeon. We'll see. And if I get my ass kicked, I just saved. But I think if there was a boss fight right now, I'd be able to get through it. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty ominous door.
The deepest part of the temple lies just ahead. It is the altar of the 12, where the dragon god Et slumbers.
What is this really sinister voice? There's unquestionably something totally not good back there.
This Magla, it feels like that of a normal dragon, but somewhat different. What is this?
Yeah, supposedly this is... We were here to rescue the priestess from this village, who every generation or so, things will get bad in this like island nation, and they'll send their priestess to be sacrificed to their dragon god, which apparently is supposedly like appeases the dragon god, and then the dragon god protects them. And we're starting to figure out that, like, you know, what's happening is affecting the whole world, not just them. So it can't be just their dragon god. So we're trying to intercept their priestess to not try to sacrifice herself ceremonially, and to really see what else may be going on here. And also, we happen to need some relic associated with the dragon god for more cynical reasons, like because a bigger political plot going on in this game, which I don't necessarily want to go into, but that's what's happening right here with this dragon thing.
Well, that's why we're here. Let's go.
See what the mystery is of what is this dragon god? What is it really? Is it really protecting them? Is it just a bad thing? Is it related to the problems that are happening around them?
I don't like this.
And I think we're also trying to convince this priestess not to kill herself for this dragon thing.
Ready?
Sensing a strong aura up ahead. This dragon is probably going to be pretty formidable. Are we ready? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Right.
What now?
Did we get any hints about this dragon? You could buy information sometimes to give you hints. This is not the Grand Cathedral. Because that could inform me on what spells I should have prepared. So right now I think I've got a lot of fire spells prepared. But it just occurred to me, like, usually when you're fighting dragons, historically in games, fire is not the best main weapon to have with you. This was like a dragon temple, right? Where the thing is. I've got so many of these things now. The dragon temple.
Cheers.
Found all manner of monsters. All are dangerous. Okay, I want to hear about the dragon itself.
Just between us.
Green
Come
one.
again, Eddie.
It doesn't say about the dragon. All right.
What now?
Let me see. He's got wind and fire. He's got wind and fire. She's got fire and light. Wind, fire, and light. I think we need to get some people with maybe some ice. We may be in bad trouble that nobody has ice prepped. It doesn't cause a cataclysm. I know what you meant, Maxie. All right, so we're gonna slip into academia. That's our little pocket dimension where we can go to reflect and change.
Hello.
All right, I think we're gonna keep our skills roughly the same. But you have these inheritance skills. Let me see. I'm going to change out fire for ice.
I have a few skills.
And do I want status? You know what? We're going to skip the status ailment. We have enough items to cure most statuses. I think I'm going to try light. So I've got lightning and ice and wind. I have not caught the Tetra Sweeper fever. I understand the appeal, Brad. I actually saw you put out a thing on that, but I was watching yours a little bit, and really it just looks stressful to me. Looks like too much, like all the overthinking I'm doing during the day, like more of that. That's what it feels like. You'll understand when you're in your 50s, Brad. I don't know. Maybe Maxie doesn't have that same problem I do either, but... Alright. He has got way too much fire. Let's give him some ice.
Let's do this.
Alright, we'll keep the... we will keep his fire. I mean, you never know. Depending on what kind of dragon it is, maybe fire will work. I just feel like... we came into this knowing that a lot of the enemies were vulnerable to fire. So everyone was... we had the whole team made sure they all had fire available to them. Hulkenberg. Fire and light. I'm going to change out her fire for ice.
Perhaps this?
And then finally, Juna is the last person. Light damage. Oh, she doesn't even have access. Alright, we're gonna switch her mask. This character has different masks that she can wear that brings... all she has to do is change in her equipment to different masks that we've acquired that mimic different character classes. And I think she's got a mage mask that I can put on her.
What now?
Seeker's mask. Give her the mage mask. And now let's see what her skills are. Okay, now she's got fire, ice, lightning, and light. Okay, no, I think she's good. She's good with the mage mask. And all right.
Oh. You'll come again, won't you?
All right, now let's save the game. And we'll resume
Let's go.
exploring. One, I just realized my my little G-Law logo is a little bit interfering up there. Let me kill that. I only put that up there because I was streaming without my webcam. And I want something on the stream letting them know it's me. I don't need both. Logo. Boop. All right. All right, let's do it.
Ready?
Yep.
Time to go.
Let me see, is she over here? Nope, she's not in here right now. Oh, there's the dragon. Definitely a dragon up there. It's like a white dragon. Maybe it's an animatronic dragon. Roar.
No, it can't be.
It's animatronic.
Oh, hell. There was a dragon after all.
I thought this thing needed a priestess to summon it.
Is that the lance?
We are in no condition to claim it. Fire and flame! Has even the dragon god succumbed to melancholia?
So one thing that is happening all over the world is this stuff called melancholia is somehow causing the appearance of humans, and in this game, humans refers to these giant malformed monsters. And the fact that this dragon has like a 6-armed weirdo growing out of its back makes me think this is not in fact a true dragon, but this is what in this game world they would refer to as a human that has been formed or at least warped by this melancholia.
No, I think this is something worse. Look, on its back.
Something clings to it. A human.
Well, maybe it's being ridden by a
Is that
human.
the fiend behind this chaos?
That's the worst double act I've ever seen.
Yes, melancholia. Yes.
Look at its eyes. Its mouth, like it's shielding itself, or like it refuses to confront anything, or almost like...
You forget back! We've got bigger problems than the ritual! This thing wants to eat us!
You would fight our god!
What can we do but defend ourselves?
Yufa!
I'm...
Look out!
Oh, I have to remember. Okay. Wait till the battle gets going. Not a good start. That's the priestess we're trying to keep from killing herself. Oh, there's that lance. That's the thing that we actually are, our own objective is to get that lance. Somehow associated with the dragon.
What can I do? You would have me abandon this end. You would send me away to live my life. But how? How can I? This is all I have. Please. You can't take my purpose away from me.
I must apologize. I was wrong to assume. I was quick to judge. But your rights are not acts of barbarism. Yours is a proud heart. But still, see the truth. Is this your god? A god who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a god worthy of your devotion and faith? Arise now, priestess! Have you come here only to be saved? Or will you find purpose beyond death, to stand and fight as a savior?
I want to!
O Lodestar, you torn maiden
Ooh.
of faith. O thou anguished traveler.
She's gonna join our group.
Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
That's what happens when new people join our group. She's becoming an archetype.
I love that island. I love the smell of its verdant flora. But what I love more than anything is its people. Their words may be coarse, but their hearts are true. I must save them. Please!
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting.
Oh, maybe she's just gonna die.
Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
Ooh. Oh, no, she's becoming an archetype. That's what happens. They rip their heart out.
If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life. All of you, let me fight by your side.
Okay, yeah, let's reassemble the party here. So, well, this is something, and I haven't really played the Persona games, but this is, I think, a similar thing that happens in the Persona games, where people take on, like in here they're called archetypes, but essentially like your abilities are drawn from something with like other than yourself. So, like there's a archetype of the knight, the archetype of the healer, the archetype of the mage, and each of them, when they're like literally take on these forms as they're using these archetypes abilities, and you can switch them out. So like you can, but they like my main guy Lorik, he's mainly like a seeker, but you could make him another archetype. But you want a balanced party, so it's good to have like Okay, this guy I'm gonna focus on raising a seeker. I'll give him like splashes of other stuff. But I don't even know what this person is. Let me see. So she's in the party. Heisme. Okay, I've got to be in the party. Stroll is at full magic, so we'll keep him in the party. I think Hulkenberg? Or Juna? Heisme's exhausted. Hulkenberg has more health, but Juna has more versatility. No, what? We'll do Hulkenberg. Yeah.
Yuba? You can fight?
And that power!
I found my answer. I offer my life in battle, not in sacrifice.
Then we fight as a team.
That thing on its back! That's the human possessing it, right?
Yes, it must be. If we strike at the human precisely, we may be able to separate them. Everyone, you need not hold back. We fight to save the dragon god, Et. And I shall fight with all I am.
We're not sacrificing anyone! Come on, team, we fight together!
No, not this.
All right. So first up, she's a summoner. Okay, so that's a new... Summoner is a new class. I thought she might have been like a advanced healer.
Oh, souls of kings, give me strength.
So her main skills are summon Eagle Lion, summon Noctiluca, cures one ally status ailments, grants 10% HP recovery for the next return. Okay, so she does have some healing-like abilities. Do we have any... So what I've done now... Here, if you hit A, there's synthesis. It's team up. And this will select 2 different party members. Each of them will spend 14 MP. And it costs a turn for each of them, but it allows the, basically super attacks. But I don't want to spend a super attack until I know what this guy's weak to. So right now when you start a battle, there's all the different things. Starting from over here, slashing, piercing, blunt force, attack, fire, ice, lightning, air, light, and dark. We have no idea what it's weak to. So it's a bad idea to start using your big, expensive attacks before you have any idea. So let's just start with... Wow. 38 MP though. Or she's got full health. We're gonna start with the summoning the Eagle Lion. Deals heavy wind damage to all enemies and lowers her attack for 2 turns. Okay. Wow. It's just one of her regular abilities, huh? Ooh, and something is weak.
In the name of justice.
So the dragon's not weak to it, but it's not strong to it either. The human we just discovered is weak to wind.
No holding back.
So let's capitalize on this. When you attack something using its weakness, so when you look up here, these little gems along the top are actions. And if you hit something using their weakness, you'll only spend half an action. So that's why I've still got 4. But one of them is a half, it's half the size. But it still counts as 1 action. But if I keep using things that I know an enemy is weak to, it keeps only costing half an action. So there's this huge advantage to figuring out what they're strong to. On the flip side, if you hit something with a skill or an element that they're resistant to, you'll lose actions. And I think the worst one is some things they're so resistant to that they're reflective, like it bounces off of them. And you can lose like multiple actions if you hit something that they're super strong against. So when you find a weakness, it's good to exploit it. Oh shit. Missing, I just missed. Missing causes you to lose action, so I just lost 2 actions there. He has some pretty strong wind magic.
Wind. You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Knighthood. Let justice prevail.
She has no wind.
Not this one.
So first off, let's just see what happens if we
Magic Knight.
This is a piercing attack.
Pierce through them.
It's resistant.
Wind should solve this.
So now we know it's resistant to piercing, weak to wind.
Summoner.
Alright, this will work again.
Come forth now.
It's a pretty badass attack.
Now, what's the play? Swordmaster!
Well, let's experiment. Let's see if how they do against slashing.
I'll cut you down.
All right, then the human on top is resistant to slashing. The dragon looks like it's just sort of like not resistant or weak to it. So it's gonna be a tough battle. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough battle for sure. For Brad's bicycle fighting, it's always an option. Not for me though. Only for Brad. All right, so we all got a big chunk
It's okay.
out of our
We can do
ass.
this.
Our knight has a group-wide healing spell, so I think we're gonna use that because he's got a group healing spell too. Ooh, I wonder if he's got
I'm all prepared.
a big spell that does wind damage. Nope,
Maybe there's a
he
better
doesn't.
choice. By this power.
Gonna do cyclone.
Scour!
You hit their weakness.
Observe
That's your
the
opening,
enemy.
Captain.
You should play Yakuza 6. You take a long enough break, it should be fun. Is that bicycle fighting? Is that what brought that up? All right, her. I'm gonna do the group heal.
I will not let you die.
Cause see how she's a knight. When they're doing their
I knew you'd help.
archetype abilities, they churn into the thing. So she was like a knight on a horse when she did that skill, because that was her knight skill. Obviously, Summoner's gonna do her big wind attack.
It is your turn.
And if you ever get tired of seeing the animations, there is a skip option, but I feel good so far every time I've seen this.
I hit their weakness.
I shall fight.
Was it Final Fantasy VII with the summons, where some of the summons take like 2 minutes of just animations and you couldn't skip it? Knights of the Round. Anyone remember that from original Final Fantasy VII?
Are you prepared?
All right, he's got a cyclone.
The power of wind.
You hit their weak point.
Let's
Keep
stay
it up,
calm.
Scroll.
He's got a big cyclone.
I stand ready. Comrades, lend me your strength. Not this skill. Let justice
Well, let's see what it does against light.
shine.
It's
This
okay.
is the power set. Here I go.
All right, summon this big summon,
Lead me.
wind summon, good.
It missed the mark.
Hey, we're really getting the human on top of the dragon whittled down. Uh oh, plunder life?
It's absorbing the dragon god's power?
Oh, bullshit. Okay, so did it just take the dragon's life? And healed itself?
what's the
What a bitch. No, I didn't get wrecked. He just did a massive heal on himself, though.
No holding back. I'll blow you away.
You hit their weak point.
It's
Keep it
okay.
up, Stroll.
We can do this. Magic Seeker! Scour!
You hit their weakness. That's
Observe
your
the enemy.
opening,
With
Captain.
blade in hand.
All right, let's see if it's resistant to ice.
Freeze.
All right, doesn't give a shit one way or the other.
Summoner.
fight as the noble I am. Are you prepared? The power of wind.
Let's stay calm. Come forth, royal soul.
Whoa! That guy with the $20. Thank you, that guy. All these squares make a circle. That's probably very profound. And thank you, that guy. And Happy New Year, that guy. Nice to see you. Not just because of the $20, which assuredly is, I also like, but nice to see you. Happy 2025.
Wind.
Is everyone all right?
All right, she probably could benefit from casting one of her little healing spell. A little healing spell.
Are you all right?
My thanks.
I am grateful.
That helped.
Just to top us off.
Everyone is Count Summoner. Heed me.
Attack Rose. I don't like that. All right, we're getting this thing whittled down, though, aren't we?
I'll blow you away.
You hit their weak point.
I will fight with Magic Seeker. Scour.
You hit their weak
I think we're gonna take this thing out.
opening,
Oath of
Captain.
knighthood.
Let's see. And I think just to make sure we don't.
Safer ground.
Oh no,
Moving to
doesn't
the
matter.
front.
Yeah,
To
we'll
the
move her
rear
back. Why
guard.
not? I just want to make sure that my main guy doesn't run out of magic points. So I'm gonna have her pop one of these magna pills onto him.
This should help.
I knew you'd help.
Even my strength will be needed.
Because the spells she has, the abilities and spells she has are not very effective against this guy.
Summoner. Come forth now.
Yeah! Yupa hit their weakness!
Can't afford to hold back. I shall vanquish evil.
Oh yeah, we got
Magic
this.
Seeker. Wind. All right. How's that?
We did it! Now we just need to take down the body.
Well, I thought we were supposed to be trying to save the dragon.
I stand ready.
Oh, we don't even know what its weaknesses
Looks like
are.
we can't brute force through this one.
For all that we strive for.
Try ice.
They yet cling to life.
I shall do my best. Take my fullest power.
10% HP recovery. Nah. We'll still keep using that same ability.
Help me finish this.
Defense return to normal. Drag. Ouch. Has too much combat voice acting for your taste? Alright, fair. I basically don't even notice it anymore. The idea of fire being effective, probably kicking myself in the nuts by even trying it. But let's see.
They die hard.
Oh, it doesn't. It's just not weak to anything so far. Oh, he's almost out. Okay, let's try lightning.
Roar. A tough one.
By the sworn oath of knighthood. With blade
Try
in hand,
piercing.
as the point of a sword still standing, I see.
Everyone is counting on me. I pray you're ready.
Oh, she's out. Oh no.
No, not this.
All right, let's we'll just have her use a medicine to give herself some health, and she's a little bit hurt.
No use holding back.
Oh, please.
The human possessing the dragon god is suffering. Alright, that's good. What have we not tried? We haven't tried light, darkness, or blunt.
Let's make an end of it.
Extreme, multiple, medium, physical, / 4 to 6 times of one enemy. I'll allow it. Mega attack. Hey, look! just need it to hit it really. You just need to hit it really, really hard. 64 months. He's that guy. 64 months, and let's be real, you're basically like, you've been the primary donator to this channel for like the last 7 years at this point. We call deep pockets, that guy with the deep pockets. But thank you, that guy. All right.
Let's go.
This is one of those mega combined attacks. I don't think I've ever used this one before. That did it.
Power courses through me.
Nice.
I'll strive for greater heights.
I shall rise to the occasion.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Ah! I didn't know I had it in me.
Power can be so intoxicating.
Like, just about everybody leveled up.
I've acquired a new power.
Raises a barrier that repels one attack, one physical attack, basically, for one ally. All right.
The dragon!
The dragon god Et has returned to its sacred vessel. Legend has it that while in its vessel, that's when the dragon god's power is greatest, and weakest when it takes to raging wing. So if it has a true form, you see it now before you. And here is our village's divine relic, Dracadios, Lance of the Dragon God.
'Twas rusty and worn, but now it almost gleams.
So dragons aren't just magical beasts. They're a manifestation of pure Magla. My sister's research. She was right.
You all had the right of it. All these tragic calamities, they are not born of the dragon god's wrath.
Then maybe they arose from the temple's melancholia. Perhaps that human was the source.
'Tis not the first time. Thinking back on it now, a human has always been at the heart.
You think humans are what's causing all of this?
No, I don't think that's quite it. Something about that monster. The way it instinctively tried to shield its eyes and ears. It was as if we faced the living past of the Mustari people itself. The Mustari reject the world beyond ours, lost and comforted by ignorance. And in adversity, it is our God we cling to as cause and answer to our suffering. Maybe we have only ourselves to blame. A self-inflicted madness. Our hearts are the source of Magla, of magic arts. Even this new power, this archetype that has awakened within me. Another. I did not know this one existed.
If this mural had been lost until now, then... This paints quite a different picture of the priestess. She looks to be fighting.
You suppose this is the truth of the priestess's duty? I mean, offering her life to quell the calamity threatening the village. Maybe that's what it meant all along.
All right, you know what? Chauncey is getting irritated, so I need to cover her up. I'm also gonna grab something to drink, so I'm gonna take and maybe I also need to use the restroom and vigorously wash my hands. So I'm gonna take a couple minutes. Oh. Oh my goodness. I came, as soon as I went out, Millie was ready for war. She was doing the thing where she's like, she saw me coming, she went, and when I took a step towards her, she like ran, she would run back 10 feet, stop and turn around, look at me and go, and then I moved towards her and she dodged and she'd do all this stuff. Yeah. No, it was just a pee followed by some vigorous hand washing with scalding hot water, Max. I spent most of the time playing with Millie, not emptying my bowels. Okay. But now I'm out of breath. You got dog communication buttons? The dog has not figured them all out yet? Oh, so like they can learn how to communicate what they want? She was on my bed when I got up, and then she saw me get up and she got all hyper. But a lot of time on stream nights, I finish work and then I literally just lay there like a log for 2 hours because I'm too exhausted when I'm done with my day to want to like be able to go without any kind of a recharge period to go into a stream and talk for another 4 hours. So Thursday nights, she tends not to get a whole lot of like play or walkies. Is there a wolf mouth button? Oh, hey, Chris. Oh. You see the TikTok of dogs that figure them out? And it seems cool and all. It's like it must be the top percentile of dogs. In your mind, most dogs just aren't that smart. My dog is too smart. It's not, I don't know if she's learning the right things, but her brain is. I think that's why she's so anxious all the time. She overthinks everything. And she has a vivid imagination as to what constitutes a threat. There is a wolf mouth button? I love that, Brad. So, in theory, if the dog learns what the buttons mean, and if the dog wants to play wolf mouth, it will know it can push a button, and a voice will, in Chinese, ask to play wolf mouth. Even smart dogs take 1 month to figure out, but your dog is not smart. Oh, nice! If she figures it out, you'll do a YouTube video? Alright, I'm there for that.
It had always seemed odd that the dragon god dwelled within a lance, of all things. Not a sealed urn, but a weapon. My brother often wondered about it. We were wrong. No, we did not even think to question.
You would have died in the name of an era of semantics. The world has not been kind to you, girl.
No. On the contrary, I feel I've been saved. I finally see my path laid before me. So thank you. Let us return now to the village. You said you had business with the lance when all this had settled down, did you not?
Yes, but I doubt you'll want to let go of it after all that. We have to figure that out.
I cannot simply relinquish it, but perhaps instead...
She's gonna join us.
What was that?
Oh, yeah.
Surely not. The human from the altar? How has it not perished?
I heard it enter the water. This channel leads straight to the ocean. If it seeks prey to regain its strength.
Then it can only be headed for the village.
Damned beast! So much for taking it slow on the way back. After it!
And we just finished. The overall quest was to get that dragon lance. Quest start. Eliminate Virga Island's threat. The weakened human likely headed to Virga Island to recover its strength. It would be a catastrophe to the village if it attacks. I need to hurry back and stop it. But not until we've had a good night's sleep. That's our ship, by the way.
Someone, please!
Monster! A monster in our village!
Are we not going to get to sleep first and regain our MP?
I hear screaming. It's gotta be here.
You lot came back! We honestly... Ha! Looks like the little lady made it out, eh?
Of course! But more importantly...
Right. We've got a human on the hunt. Del's helping the villagers get to higher ground.
Truly? I'd not have expected it of him.
That's Fidelio through and through, isn't it?
I am Euphausia, the priestess. Thank you for helping with the evacuation. Hereon we shall...
Oh, priestess! It's the priestess!
Lady Yufa, please save us.
What don't you lot get about evacuate? You want to live? Do as you're told.
Priestess? What happened to the ritual? What of the dragon god's wrath?
Did you even perform the rite? Oh, this is a disaster. How can we survive now?
The dragon god Et is here as our guardian deity.
Don't worry, you'll get your ritual. The real one, that is. The ritual that's been buried for hundreds of years.
As the priestess, on my life, I will drive back this calamity.
Hold on now. You're not actually gonna fight, are you?
Basilio, where's the monster?
So be it. We end this here.
But can we take a little nap first?
We can do this!
We already beat it. This is cheater. This thing is a cheater. Oh, we do have our health back. Okay. Let's see. I think we were pretty well configured for it before. Have it like this. Yeah, I think we had a pretty good... Because Heisme specializes in dark attacks, which I don't think will be particularly effective. Of course, we didn't have a chance to test out dark attacks. And I don't think Juna... And I can't get and switch her helmet back. I don't think she has any wind attacks, and this thing was weak to wind. So I think this is how we're doing it.
It is time I put the truth to our teachings and rituals. I stand anew. I stand with you.
I thought we already finished this guy. Guess he's
Yeah.
a stubborn one.
Yeah. We already did finish him off.
Swordmaster! The power of wind!
Oh, he's got different weaknesses now. He wasn't weak to wind this time.
Brute force through this one.
You like her moo-moo?
Magic Seeker!
Let's see if it... What about... Does it like... Lightning?
Roar!
Even my strength...
I pray you're ready.
Oh, this is all we got. What does her combo attack do?
No, not this. I ask for your aid.
Lightning or... Earth
I
or
shall
lightning.
rethink this.
I can do this. Heed me.
By the sworn oath of knighthood, come!
Let's see if it maybe... But this time it won't like piercing.
Pierce through them!
No, it doesn't matter. No, it's not resistant to anything so far, but it's also not weak to anything. What the hell is that?
strength.
Say we've all been debuffed? Attack down.
Are you prepared? Not now.
Let's see, what have we tried? Did it change its affinities? Everything's question marks again.
No holding back. The power of fire.
I will fight with pride. Magic Seeker. Scour. Nothing.
No, it blocked the wind. Shit. I lost 2 attacks doing that.
If we all work together. Now isn't the time. Summoner.
Well, the only attack she has is wind, and right now this thing is immune to wind.
Wind isn't working. Try hitting them with something else.
I'd rather refrain for now.
You can pass, but it costs a half action, so I just passed with her because nothing she did was good.
Let justice prevail.
Let's see if light does anything good.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
You kidding me?
Oh no.
That didn't do a thing.
Blizzaton. Yikes.
Are you prepared? Burn to ash!
Let's
They're
stay calm.
immune to light. Careful, everyone.
Vitus power.
Let's see if Blizz.
Freeze.
What?
Oh man.
The captain's anxiety is
power.
And now that's caused
Can't let him get hit.
it's caused my guy to become anxious, which like makes him super weak.
Ice
Super
doesn't work.
vulnerable to
We need
attack.
a different approach.
So we haven't tried lightning or dark on this guy. She can't do anything. So what you can do, it costs an action, but I'm gonna swap her out because her skills
This is
aren't.
the power set
I
to
don't know.
belong to a
I don't think I can
priestess.
swap her out. I think she has to be in this battle. Son of a bitch.
Please go right ahead.
We'll pass.
Observe the enemy.
Wind isn't working.
So we
Try
know.
hitting them with something else.
See, lightning.
Magic Knight! This won't do.
Ice doesn't work. We need
We
a
haven't tried
different approach.
lightning or dark or any physical attacks. We know fire works, but she doesn't have fire. Okay, let's see what her piercing attack does.
I'll run you through. They're
Kidding
unfazed.
me?
Oh no.
That didn't do a thing.
Reversal prayer.
Look out! This is nothing.
Oh nice. She just defended
The captain's
my
anxiety
weak
is
leader.
overwhelming him. We can't let him get hit. Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
It's no good.
No, now fire doesn't work.
Maybe we can't do this.
All right, he needs to get over his anxiety, so let's look into the drug bag. What's good for anxiety? Anxiety, soothing sweet bun.
This should work.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess.
All right, I have no idea. Maybe wind will work now.
It is your turn!
This won't work.
I hate this guy.
Trivial.
Yikes.
Wind isn't working. Try hitting them with something else.
So ice, lightning, and light.
Magic Knight! Freeze!
Soothing sweet bun is what people call Gila. And Homo Margot is what people call you, Brad. Alright, he's beat it pretty bad. You know what? Maybe we could take for him this opportunity. He's got a big spell that bolsters everyone's defense. So why don't we use that?
This should help.
Thanks.
I am grateful.
Proceed.
It's okay. We can do this.
And I think
They're totally fireproof. We better use something else.
lightning, light, and dark. He's got lightning. Or should he heal the Sword Master? He should do the universal heal. Medi.
With healing power.
That was helpful.
My thanks.
I'm obliged.
I shall do my best.
Wind isn't working.
Okay, we know she
Try
can't
hitting them
do.
with something else. They're totally fireproof. We better use something
It was
else.
okay with ice.
I pray you're ready. After you.
Is everyone all right?
Wind isn't working.
We
Try
haven't
hitting them with
tried
something else.
lightning or light.
Magic Knight!
Light. Let's try light.
Shine! Was ineffective.
Oh god.
It didn't affect them.
Shut the fuck up. Now it's changing again. Alright, wait. Maybe I should pay attention to its auras. Its aura is green now.
I shall fight as the noble Sword Master!
So maybe fire would work against green.
The power of fire! Impossible!
No, goddamn.
Affect them.
Oh my
Stroll's
god.
anxiety is spiking.
Now Stroll is anxious.
Let's go.
Is it too much to think that wind is going to be effective against green?
Wind. Nothing.
Is it just becoming immune to everything?
Anxiety. The captain's fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him. Stroll's anxious and they're targeting him. The captain's hurt bad.
All right, we're in bad shape. Stop it!
At this rate.
Stop it! Leave! Why? Stop it!
The captain's on his last legs. Someone get him healed up. They're totally fireproof. We better use something
All right,
else.
we do have an excellent dish that we cooked in our kitchen, which is pretty powerful. Let's see. Meals. Cures all status ailments for all allies. This one does poison. Hex. Is there one? Is there a meal? No. But I think... Do we want to use cures all status ailments for all allies? Yes. Know what to use it on? Oh, I thought I had I don't. I thought we had multiple anxious. Okay, so what I'm going to use instead, we have all these. This restores 250 for everybody and cures poison. No one's poisoned, but I think it's worth it for the cure. Or the restore health. Time for a little pool of radiance.
This should help.
A little bit of a non sequitur.
Helpful as ever.
Thank you.
Alright.
By the swan
Maybe
oath
because
of
I'm getting too
knighthood.
frustrated with this, I should play Pool of Radiance. Is that the idea? You're confused on how a stew can be an effective area. Well, you know, it's like a... You smell the stew. You see that Always Sunny? They kept using stew to try to... try to revive people? The smell of the stew?
I stand ready.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not paying it. I guess I missed some comments. Let me see. Sweet fun. The fight's too hard for you. Time for a little pool ray. Okay, got it. Now I see it.
Is everyone all right?
Wind isn't working. Try
All
hitting it
right.
with something else.
With blade in hand.
Wait.
Not now.
They're totally fireproof. We better
Light.
use something else.
Come.
Let's try light.
Oh, mystic purge. You resist?
You
Didn't affect them.
Can't
bitch.
afford to hold back. I shall vanquish evil.
Ice.
Be frozen! It's no good!
Kidding me? That didn't do a thing.
Now it's purple. I don't know what that means.
I'm only a burden.
Yupa's anxiety is hitting her hard. If she gets attacked, it's
I have no idea. Maybe it's weak to wind now.
Scour.
All right. Well, at least we know wind will work on it. Oh, she's... What's her status? Anxiety. Well, we know something works here. Oh, I can't use it due to the status ailment. All right, let's give her one of those soothing buns. The soothing sweet bun.
I shall use this.
I stand ready.
Looks like we
So
can't
far,
brute
no
force through this
physical
one.
attacks have done jack shit against this thing.
Oh, power
I'm very
of
tempted
heroes.
to try her piercing attack.
Pierce through them. They're unfazed.
Fuck.
Do a thing.
Now she's anxious.
Seizing their chance while Hulkenberg's anxious.
Oh no!
You're all hurt bad. Can anyone get on healing duty?
Okay, that one is poisoned now. So that the thing that I used a minute ago would be good to use again.
Pierce attacks won't get through.
So we know Earth,
No,
or we know Wind can get through. All right, let's get our defenses up with him.
Be ready for anything.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm obliged.
Youth is poisoned. That's gonna keep wearing her down.
Shit. Let's use the poison. This cures poison and gives everyone 250. So
Take it.
smell the stew.
That's neat.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess.
I must concentrate.
Let's see. All enemies. That doesn't help. We don't know if electric
another
works
way.
either.
I can do this.
Heed me.
Purple equals lightning. I'll give it a shot.
Is everyone up? Magic Knight.
Oh, she doesn't have lightning.
Not this one.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Magic Knight.
Can she try? We know physical it's like not worked once, so let's see if light works.
Shine.
Attack was
Nope.
nullified?
Of course it fucking didn't. And we lost the rest of our round because of that. Alright, now it's white.
My strength.
I bet darkness works now.
In the name of justice.
Spring Heisman in.
Let's trade places.
Ready.
It's okay. We can do this. Come forth, royal soul. It didn't work.
Now it doesn't do light.
Everyone
Okay.
is counting on me.
No one's counting on you because your only attack, I guess lightning, but I don't even know if...
Please go right ahead.
I stand ready. Magic Knight. Oh, shards of ice. They're unfazed.
Oh god
Didn't
damn it.
affect them.
Is that all?
Alright, well let's see if he can do things up with his dark attack. Lurking Night Blade. Baby.
Rancor. That did nothing.
No! It was immune to it. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
I won't hold back.
Alright, lightning? Maybe?
Lightning. Nothing.
Nope, immune. Reversal prayer. There's got to be something going on here that I'm just not getting. So now it's attacking with ice.
What's going on? How can we get anywhere if his weakness keeps changing like that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
And he's not even looking at us. It seems as though he's really focused on something. Almost like he's praying.
Hey, maybe I could flutter over there and try distracting him. What do you think?
Yeah, well, anything's worth a try.
I bet that praying's connected to how he keeps changing his weakness. If I can snap him out of it, then maybe he'll stop switching things up for a while.
I would love that.
Once he's weak to something we can use, just give me the signal, and I'll go pester him.
Purple equals light. Well, purple is only one of the many colors he's changed into. I'm not exactly... Did you, like, look it up real quick? I don't know why purple would be lightning, necessarily. I mean, I could be right.
Should I go distract him?
Yeah! Go distract him. To preserve its current weakness. I don't know what its current weakness is, but if I can figure it out... Alright, what's light blue? Is that ice? So use... Is ice weak to fire? Seems like it wouldn't be. Use fire? Alright, let's try it.
Leave it to me. That hurt. I mean, it worked, but I'm gonna need a minute.
Let's see. Well, all she can do is wind, so sometimes we'll try it. Sometimes it's not immune to everything.
Come forth now. That did nothing?
Fucking A.
Is everyone all right? For all that we strive
She doesn't
for.
have fire.
This won't do.
So let's swap her out. Shit. Swap her out with someone who does have fire. The masked dancer.
I shall disengage.
Leave it to me.
Oh god, I don't know what she has. Does she have? I think she has fire now. And Heismay also, I don't think has fire. He does have fire.
Hellfire!
All right, well at least it'll let me use fire against it, and he doesn't have fire. So let's have him heal.
We can do this.
I am grateful.
Much thanks.
Thank you.
Oh fuck.
Worth this? Juna's anxious and they're out for her blood. Poison. Juna's poisoned. She needs an antidote before the toxin takes her out.
I shall do my best. This should help.
I knew you'd help.
My thanks.
That helped.
I'm thinking ice is
I've
not.
got just the dance
She
for
can't
you.
even
You might say it's
damage
to die
it.
for.
Let me see.
Watch me.
Oh, she does have a powerful fire spell.
Be neither timid nor face me. Too much,
They're new to
perhaps?
light. Careful, everyone.
It's not weak to fire, though. Alright, whatever. At least fire does something to it.
It's okay. We can do this. I won't hold back.
He doesn't have fire.
Hold on. We're looking good here.
Everyone is counting on take my fullest power.
She doesn't have shit either.
Perhaps this will be too strong. I can do this.
Cure status ailments, grant 10% hit point for the next return. Sure, we'll just have her cast out on herself.
Heed me.
Pretty.
Thank you.
Struggling to regain composure, but couldn't do it. If he changes again, I'm not going to mind so much. It's just kind of like
Behold this power.
we don't have a lot of people with fire on the roster right now.
Raging fire. Sorry, my
You
mistake.
think yourself equal to a Ujif's agility?
Let's
No.
swap him out with
I retreat
I'll do
for
my
now.
part.
I will fight with pride. Is there another
Pierce
way?
attacks won't get through.
I can manually lob something at him that'll do fire damage. Just so I don't have to waste a turn. Let's see, does he have any other stuff I can do that would be helpful? Increase allies' attack. Yeah, let's do that.
Here.
Helpful as ever.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess.
How about I be effective instead? Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, souls of kings, give me strength.
I can't swap her out of the party, and she has nothing that can help him, so we're gonna skip her turn.
After you. This'll be over soon at last, dancer. They sure don't give up easy.
I can't afford to hold back. Swordmaster!
Fiery strike.
The power of fire! They die hard!
We're getting there.
It's so heavy.
Yikes. No, I think attack increases offensive damage across the board, not just physical. Okay, let me review the thing. Let's see, you really don't care if you guys fight with pride. Okay.
Let's stay calm.
Yeah. So, and that could be part of the problem is I think I'm more focused on the game than I am on chat, but I'm not 100% focused on either one. Which it works to the detriment of both.
Come forth, royal soul.
Alright, he can't do anything to it. But he can do a heal.
I won't hold back.
Because we got a lot of hurt people.
We're not out of this yet.
Thank you. Thanks.
My thanks.
Even my strength
She's got
taken
fire.
full
I think we're gonna
power.
finish. No,
The
she
situation
doesn't.
is changing. I'd rather refrain for now.
She's got the fire. That's it. Good lord. This thing was easier to fight when I had the dragon with it.
Wow! You've mastered it!
Sometimes I pay attention to the chat enough to put multiple comments together. You definitely can't rely on it. You were at a team event in Toronto, and you were at a bar with gaming consoles, so you sat down and played some Mega Man while talking to people, and it was funny, because people were like, how do you play the game while looking at manhole in conversation? And I was like, I was a video game streamer for years, had a lot of practice. I mean, maybe you can hone that skill, but I've been streaming with the exception of a couple like breaks for a couple months, like literally 2 months here and there. I think I've taken like 3 breaks for 2 to 3 months each. In 9 years. I don't think I've gotten much better.
I feel stronger.
I admit, it's...
Ha! I have never known such heights.
Does it seem that I've grown stronger?
They'd be pretty dull and nobody comes anymore? Really? You don't... I thought whenever you streamed, a bunch of people showed up. Well, a bunch of the old-timers.
Good for you!
Alright. New skill. Magic Seeker. Increases attack and defense for 1 ally by 2 ranks for 3 turns. That's not bad. Oh, really? Not the last few times. Okay.
Right. That's the end of that.
Everyone, once again, thank you so much.
What a spectacle! To think I could have evacuated and missed the performance.
Yufa, that power.
It must be the same power wielded by priestesses of old. My rescuers helped me realize that.
You mean to say sacrifice was never the intent of the ritual?
The priestess offers her life in service, not sacrifice. She takes up arms and faces the scourge. That is why our relic is a lance.
A mural on the altar suggested as much. It's likely the murals of this village don't actually depict sacrifice either. You saw what was inside the temple? What was it? Something the church would rather keep buried? Some other mystical relic?
A relic? Hardly. We saw a ruined city of the old world. Evidence of a history before our own. Small wonder the clergy can't send their monks. Anyone who saw that would have their faith shaken. It's all but physical proof that the Sanctus Scriptures are fiction.
You don't say.
However, we of the islands have done no better in upholding the truth of our past. With all my heart, I wanted to save our village. But all I did was sit and hope.
Lady Yufa.
I clung to my determination with such fervor. Perhaps without my noticing, it became a desire for atonement. The day you left, Adeni, even the night father and mother left this world, I could do naught but sit and wait and hope. I believed it was my role as priestess.
You know, funny thing I realized is the 2 times that I've streamed this have been like right at very climactic moments in the story. Like, I swear there's not usually there's a lot of story in this game, but it seems like a ton of story seems to happen when I'm streaming. The 2 times I've streamed this now. I can play Tetris Sweeper, oh, do his taxes, pet Millie, and read chat all at the same time. I would get dizzy and then my head would explode. And there'd be no more G-Law.
If I had done anything at all to change it, perhaps we would not have faced such horrors.
You can do your changing now. After all, you're still alive, you've got years ahead of you, and you've got friends and family close. You needn't bear this alone.
We support her. Without the rite of sacrifice. Was that also depicted in the temple? Is that really the truth of the teachings?
Is that so difficult to understand? What matters the murals or the truth of the teachings? Do you believe the priestess fought out of tradition alone? She fought because she wanted to protect us. This village. She fought for you and I. Our lives and joys. Is that not enough reason to support her?
You made good on your promise to save my sister. Words cannot express my thanks. But there is something that must finally be said. Yufa, I'm glad you chose life.
The old timers face
I
palming.
understand now.
Like, she should have killed herself, just like in the ritual.
It's not slaying monsters that gets rid of the melancholia. I think it goes away when we help people overcome their fear and anxiety.
I have to say, for the moment there, it looked like we'd have more dead than alive. But now they've got the lance, priestess, and the whole sodden village in their corner.
It's only relevant as far as it matters for Luis's sake, Baz. Remember, we're doing this for a world where your blood don't matter, long as you can fend for yourself.
So, just a quick glance at the larger story. The big bad in this whole game is this guy Luis that killed the king, which triggered this crisis of succession. And so now there's a big competition, and basically like this king magic from the dead king has allotted a certain amount of time, and then whoever is the most popular among the hearts of the people, as read by his magic, becomes the new king. So there's this big competition for it. And Luis, who killed the king, is actually like in second place in the whole world. Like there's a lot of people that support him, and he's kind of a bastard. But he's won a lot of loyalty, especially among the minority races, because there's a lot of like there's a lot of racism built into the society. Like it, and in this world, it's pretty like blatantly the case. And so Luis sort of preaches this whole like everyone will prosper based on their abilities, not their race. And a lot of people found that appealing. So he also put a curse on the prince, who is supposed to be the king, who everyone thinks is dead, but we know is alive. So we're trying to save the prince. And I think originally we started sucking up to Luis, thinking we needed to get close to him to figure out how to break the prince's curse. And I think we figured out that we have to kill Luis to break the curse, but we're still in the midst of that. We pretended to join like his cause, and these two guys have been sent to like be his eyes and ears to sort of keep tabs on us. So we're pretending to be like, oh yeah, we're doing this for Luis and stuff. And it's all like a pretense to, I don't know what like the objective is now, because we found out what the curse was, and we found out that like we can't just undo it. We can't. The only way we can break it is the person who created it is destroyed. All right, what's Hodor doing in this game? I don't know. All right.
Suppose, but what about them that can't fend for themselves? Like them village folk you helped save. Reminds me of that Glodell business too. They're tough enough that they don't need dirty tricks. If you challenged them, and they won fair and square.
One of these two guys is starting to get a conscience too.
Pack it in, Basilio. Our war may be quieter, but we're still fighting. Hesitate out there and you're dead.
Tell.
We eliminated the human. Yeah, do a save. When they ask you to save, you say yes.
So, that's the lance everyone's after. Don't suppose you could chuck it our way, young miss?
I wanted to discuss that. Unfortunately, I cannot let the lance leave my side. But to that end, what if I were to accompany you? The monster is gone, the Magla-made distortion is visibly fading from our lands, the threat looming over the island has passed. That said, if I am to be a warrior priestess, then I feel I must learn what the world is like beyond our borders. Besides, if you were to hold the lance, you would lose your powers of magic, which would be inconvenient.
We'd lose our magic?
Wait, we lose our magic powers?
Well, a flow of some protective magla surrounds you. Yet, when the lance nears you, it seems to dispel that magic. I can only assume it's one of Dracodios's powers.
What? Hold on. Protective Magla? You don't think she's talking about the king's magic?
What's come over you, Strode? You seem distraught.
Look, can I talk to you for a second? There's something I want to test with Dracodios. Did you all see that? This changes everything.
I'll say. I was wondering how a whole dragon's worth of magla fit in such an ordinary-looking lance. Now I finally understand.
I don't get it yet. Maybe I'm just tired.
Your pardon, but might someone clarify?
Yeah, that's where I'm with them.
He blocked it well enough, but the blow still landed. Our candidate was struck.
Ooh.
There's no doubt about it. This lance has the power to nullify the protection of the king's magic.
Okay, this is a callback to what happened the last time I streamed this, but there's the king's magic is the people who are in, like, at the top of the list of being the next king, like people who are like magically ranked at the top, toward the top of the list, are protected by something called the king's magic. So at the very first time I streamed this, it was setting up the story, and it was big bad bastard guy Luis had killed the king, and our little group, we had a guy who was like our mentor whose aim was to assassinate Luis, and he actually during the king's funeral got the opportunity to like ambush and what may have otherwise been a successful assassination, but Luis was protected by the king's magic, so he's basically invincible, and then the assassin ended up getting killed instead. And so everyone who's in this competition towards the top are presumably invulnerable to being killed by other candidates. And what they've discovered now is that this lance can cut through that protection, which means that Luis maybe we can take him out now. He's still super powerful, but at least the king's magic may not be the thing to prevent us from doing it.
That means, as long as you have this lance, any candidate can be killed. And if Luis knows that, it explains a lot.
Yeah, we've got this because it was Luis's idea that he wanted this lance, and so we sort of came out here originally because we were pretending to be his lackeys, and this was like the task that he gave us, was to come out to this island language and find this relic.
Then I am well glad the brothers are not present to hear it. What a secret to have stumbled upon.
Maybe this is our chance. We can do what Grius couldn't, and this time he wouldn't see us coming.
His plan to assassinate Luis.
Yes. That was our original mission, after all.
You would use it to take a life?
Yikes. We've been blabbing in front of Yufa.
He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what we're doing, and we're just like talking about everything.
Doesn't matter. We'll need it kept quiet that we know the lance is secret. And we can't ask that of her without giving a proper explanation.
That's fair.
I was the one who came asking to be included. No matter how heavy or grim your burdens, I would shoulder them alongside you.
So Maxie, actually, my Steam clocked hours on this game is closer to 90. I think I came into this stream at 86 hours.
Sheesh. Not much we can say when she puts it like that.
But how would such an assassination be enacted? Those brothers will make damn sure we turn the lance over.
A stealth mission's out. Last time there were hardly any guards about and we still barely managed to survive. I'd rather not push our luck.
Yeah, we did infiltrate his big base to find a formula for the curse that we're trying to lift. That's how we found out that we wouldn't be able to just do it ourselves.
We need some way to keep the lance and use it to strike Luis down. Well, Captain? Any ideas?
Give him a fake lance, kill him at the handover, get the brothers on our side. I don't think a fake lance will work. Kill him at the handover. I think if we got the brothers on our side, because killing him at the handover is an awfully tight window of opportunity. We may not be ready for him yet. I'm gonna say the brothers.
We could try convincing the brothers to join our side.
No, I don't think that one's realistic. I doubt even I could sway them.
Maybe that one more. Let's rethink
We need
this.
some way to keep the lance and use it to strike Luis down. Well, Captain? Any ideas?
This is where I choose all three and they're all wrong, and then they give me an extra one at the end. Okay, the next thing I think is kill him with the handover. I don't like the fake glance. I just feel like he would know. Like, that's the sort of thing he would detect immediately.
We could kill him with it at the handoff.
Not guaranteed we'll even be giving him the spear directly.
Yeah.
He might just have the brothers deliver it, and then that plan's out the window.
Maybe that won't work. Let's
We
rethink
need
this.
Some way to keep the lance.
The fake
and
lance
use it
sounds
to
like a
stop
dumbass idea.
Well, Captain? Any...
How about we give him a fake lance?
There's a thought. After all, the lance has been shut up in a temple for ages. Not even Luis
Oh.
would know what the real one looks
Oh,
like.
shit. Is that really the way to go? The one thing I thought wouldn't work?
It's an easy thing to say, but are we even capable of making such a replica?
If you just need a visual double whipped up, that's certainly within my repertoire, what?
Oh, good. We've got a certified craftsman on board. Have at it then. Give us a lance to turn heads.
Wow, all right. All right, Chris. Have a good night. Thanks.
Yufa, knowing what we want to do with the lance, are you sure you still want to stick with us?
I did not falter in choosing my fate as a sacrifice, and I will not falter in this. Please, tell me everything.
Well, settle in. It's a long story.
If you want every blow by blow, it'll take about 86 hours to tell you. We'll give you a link to my channel.
So the prince is alive?
I know His Highness can guide us to a brighter future. Laugh at my hopes if you wish, yet...
I do not know or love this prince as you do, but I can tell by your faith, he is not one to cast others aside.
For now, we need to figure out when and where to ambush Luis. Treasonous bastard who cursed him.
Well, if we're going to trick him with a fake, there's only one answer. Saint's Day. The city will be chock full of relics by then. Perfect for a bit of cover.
'Tis the same day Luis plans to attack Forden. No doubt he has the same advantages in mind. The relics will be presented at Altabree's Grand Opera House, yes?
Well then, you could try it while I'm singing. Long as I'm on stage, I can keep everyone's eyes on me.
Yeah, she's basically like the biggest superstar, like singer in the world. And it's a long story how she ended up joining us, but yeah.
I suppose it is time I face my destiny as well, in the name of protecting my people. I've no doubt my understanding of life itself will be tested. All I can do is hope for your support in my journey.
Time to go!
Officially in the group. A priestess honoring her faith's truths has become your ally.
Not just the lance, but now we've got Yufa herself. Things are looking up. Maybe you just draw people to you, like the prince did. Strange to think of an understanding of life, though. I get it. It's just not something I thought about until recently. You think a fairy could find any meaning in that?
Never too late to find out.
Yeah. I hope I'll find my own answers someday.
Oh, my relationship rank
I
went
know
up.
we'll figure it out.
So your relationships with people unlock the ability to progress certain archetypes. And the archetype that Gallica is associated with is the archetype of the mage. So, this means like lineage 3. So when you start off, you're just the mage. And then when you get up to level 20, if the next slot is unlocked, she can become like a wizard. I don't know if it's a wizard. And then if that, get to the top of that, if the next one is unlocked, you can become like an archmage or whatever. There's like a whole new progression. And so what this has done is unlocked. If I had a mage character, which right now I do not have a dedicated mage archetype that I'm leveling. But if I did, she would unlock the ability for them to get like to the higher rankings.
I will go tell my brother of my departure.
Then we shall rest at the inn. 'Tis altogether too cramped in these quarters.
Cramped spaces are the foundation of camaraderie, I say. Well, to each their own.
Now then.
Let's see. Now that's the thing too, is when you're not in a major story point, they don't do voice acting. That's how we know we're pretty much past the that was like a huge plot point for the last hour that we were going through. Grow a little mustache like that guy? Yeah, that'd be great. Always looking out for new ideas for mustaches. Let's see, when do we depart from the island? Not soon, I take it.
No.
I imagine Nuras, that's the guy that's the craftsman guy on the ship. He's the guy that, it's basically his ship. And he drives it and is the big engineer mechanic guy. He needs time to craft a fake lance. So let's wait until it's complete. Fidelio's recovery is a fine excuse for us to stay put. So one of those two brother guys, the reason they weren't with us is because he got a wound that became infected. And so he was close to dying. So they stayed back at the village. And he's up and about, but he's still recovering.
True.
If we only need to be there by Saint's Day, and we have some time yet to attend other matters, we gotta hone our skills or gather more support before we depart. So that's where it's kind of nice. I've finished with the equivalent of the in-game week before Saint's Day, which was the deadline to get the Dragonlance quest done. Now we can use that to. There were a few other missions that we haven't done yet. Let's see. And also, if you don't have missions to do, you can always use that time to hone your skills. If Yufa is really to join us, then let's make sure she's caught up to speed. Make sure she tags along. It's a good thing we were able to convince the Magnus brothers to stay on the island until our fake lance is ready.
Most helpful.
We cannot idly while away the time, yet more battles await us, so we should ensure that our archetypes are up to the task. We're not ready to conk out on the table. What do you say? Should we eat and then call it a night? Yeah. I'd say we earned our rest today. Good job. This makes me want to go to sleep. This part. It's a little too early. But especially that was quite a battle. So each day is broken into a day and a night segment, and if you don't go to a dungeon, you can do one activity in the day and another one at night, like a non-dungeony activity. If you go to a dungeon, the night is automatically used to just have a big meal and rest, and you can't do any more productive activities when you've come back from a dungeon. So they always kind of end, when you come back from a dungeon, it always ends like this, where they come back to whatever town that they're headquartering out of at the time. They go have a big meal and then go to bed. Which, I think that's one of the cozy things I like about this game. It's I don't know, there's something endearing about that. And then when they're on the ship and they travel on the ship, I like the ship. The ship is cozy. I like it. There's a lot of things about this game that are just kind of make me feel just cozy, you know? I relaxed with my friends, all of us sharing a brief moment of peace. We can have a late night discussion.
Apologies for the intrusion.
Something wrong, love? It's late.
My brother had already retired for the day, so I thought I'd wait for tomorrow to tell him. But now that I find myself alone with my thoughts, I'm quite nervous.
Think you'll be able to tell him yourself?
If I cannot even do that, there would be little point in leaving the island. He will understand. After all, he left long before I did.
Now, we met him on the mainland. He's actually joined in this. in the competition to try to get like popular for to become the next king. Next Tuesday, your high will be 6 degrees. Well, there's certainly the colder it is outside, the more opportunities you have to be cozy inside, as long as you have the right, the right resources for that.
What is that book?
Yeah, the funny thing is like, that's one of the reasons why I like the ship that they have. It's mostly up until now been a land ship. It's got these giant legs and it like goes across the land, and it's used as it's basically like a like a sailing ship, but instead of sails, it's got big legs and it goes across the land. But one of the purposes of it is the land is so dangerous. But when you're in this thing, for the most part, you're just safe, and it's a way to go through dangerous areas without getting hit. So especially like at night, you stop and they put like a campfire on the deck and talk about like, oh, it's so the dark, dangerous world surrounding us, but we're here cozy in our little. It's like, oh, like it's cozy. Okay, what's that book? That's the book. It's a fantasy book about a world that's like basically an idealized approximation of our real world.
Oh, it's a fantasy novel. He's never without it.
And it's connected with that special library place that we go, where we change our archetypes.
A fantasy? But what is it a fantasy of?
It's about an ideal world.
It's a story about an ideal world.
Well, so you do not merely strive against evil, you have a vision for the world's betterment.
'Tis a world where all people are equal and no conflict exists. Much like the world His Highness once dreamt of.
In truth, 'tis difficult to envisage. All I have known is our own island's history and doctrine, and naught beyond it. So, well, would it be all right if I read some? Remarkable. Despite all the people share in common, the world is filled with myriad faiths and beliefs. Accordingly, those in search of spiritual meaning may seek and find many different teachings to guide them. I see. So the people of this world are free to believe as they will. Anyone may follow any god, any dogma.
So basically the opposite of the Sanctus Church.
Our legends say that the ancient world was full of all manner of beliefs too. The people of Eld worshipped many gods from many pantheons. People confronted the anxiety that haunted them.
Thinking back, some of those figures in the temple murals may have been gods.
Yes, that mural depicting myriad gods is an explanation of how this world came to be.
But ultimately, war claimed everything. Suppose that means it wasn't much of a utopia, right?
Perhaps freedom unchecked gave rise to conflict. Either way, to know the past is to ensure history does not repeat. If we are to create a utopia rooted in our world, faith is not enough. We must move onward and take action as allies. Because I believe that's how this must be used. This power that guides us to ideals. To walk forward, firmly, fearing nothing.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The longest days in the game.
Your pardon?
Yufa and the mainlanders. What is it?
I like the music on this island. It's kind of cool. It's sort of a variation, I think, on music I've heard elsewhere. But it's got this, like, this chanting in the background. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like a Pacific Islander style chant.
Brother, I must speak with you. Until now, I have understood nothing. But it is not merely the teachings I failed to grasp. I did not understand Mother and Father's wishes, nor indeed your own.
Yes, Matus, it is forehead eyeballs out here. Caw! Hey, Matus.
As the priestess, I am duty-bound to protect our village. And I would do so not with a weapon, but with understanding. Brother, please permit me to travel alongside these people.
Your own journey. I never thought I'd see the day you'd ask to leave.
We can look after her.
My own journey's end freed me from our customs. Perhaps, had I sought comrades and friends of my own to walk with, I would have found purpose.
You haven't figured out if it's painted on there, or if it's physically there, but it just doesn't do any, like, doesn't blink like an eye.
So be it. Go and see this world with your own eyes. As a parting gift, Yufa, I entrust this to you.
What is it?
Mother's Kakara. With this staff in hand, she would travel the lands beyond our shore, seeking to spread our teachings.
I did not know she'd left anything behind. I gladly accept.
I must ask you, what do you plan to call yourself once off the island?
Maybe it does see something. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know what it is. I know it doesn't blink, though, and that's weird.
What do you mean? I am the priestess of Verga Island. Should I be called anything else?
Indeed. To outsiders, we are only the islanders. We have hardly named the land, much less our humble village. We once saw no need for a name. We had rejected the world outside for so long, we knew but two lands. Those within our borders, and those without. Now that the truth of our traditions has been restored, we may celebrate them. And in that spirit, I would like to name our village.
Our home will have a name?
By your efforts, there is no longer any doubt. The dragon god Et is our village's guardian deity. Thus, it seems only right to call it the home of the...
Oh, whoops. I think I just ran out of batteries. All right, hold on. Stand by. Messy room behind. Batteries. Behind the green screen. Ooh, 2 batteries. I have my bag of rechargeable batteries. The old ones in my little cubby of dead batteries. I'm gonna have to. I've got like 6 batteries here I need to recharge. All right, this should do.
One day, after years untold, I hope Etria will be a bustling town. People from far and wide will meet here. It will be worthy of its name. At least, that is my fantasy.
I think I found a world I want to be a part of. To that end, everyone, I look forward to our journeys together.
So, you're off to Altaberry. You'll have to watch for the tide, but you should arrive with plenty of time. If you have time yet to relax, our island home is humble, but I hope it is to your liking.
Defeating the human and saving Yufa alongside Virga Island, I gained their support. We're blazing a path to defeating Luis and saving the prince one step at a time. Is that bad weather?
Well then.
Just lovely.
All right, so one thing I want to pause. Now we got through the big story part, but I want to call out that it may be hard to appreciate the story just popping in like on a stream. Like I'm 85 hours into the game and just like, here's 2 hours after playing for 85 hours that you haven't seen for the most part. But just to give you my opinion after having played as much, obviously I like the game. I've stuck with it. It's drawn me in. But it's got a really endearing story. I wasn't sure at first how I would feel about it because of the art style. You know how I'm weird about like anime type stuff where I'm like, I don't know if I'm into it. But this one, I also felt something about the storytelling from the very beginning that I thought was like kind of like hooked me a little bit. But I'll be honest, there's like every character has a big storyline in this game. As you're developing your relationship with them, you're helping them through these like big stories of their own. And especially in those, I like have been choked up several times where there are these moments that you're like helping them through things and like these very profound things in their lives. And they're really good stories. But that's to me one of the hallmarks of effective story, a good storytelling is like, does it move me? And not everyone's prone to being moved by stories from games and stuff like that. But I know for me, and it's not like I'm crying all the time playing this game. It's not like a constant thing where it's like, but definitely it seems like most of the storylines running through this game for the different characters all have their moments where they shine in a way that I was not expecting when I started this game. They're too positive. They've clearly never held a job, paid bills, went grocery shopping, dusted their homes, dealt with idiot coworkers. They haven't dealt with our stuff. Honestly, most of these people have come from pretty damaged pasts. Though I will say, yeah, the way that they communicate is like super, it's like overly positive. They're all like too good. But all of them have histories, like tremendously troubled histories for one way or another. It's okay if you want to cry all the time. That's art, baby. Well, it's funny, even talking about, like, I'm not going to go into what each person's story was, but even, like, thinking back just to talk about it. Like, there are a couple moments in the last couple minutes where I was like, I would think of a certain moment and be almost a little like, I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that before now that we're through the big story part. The game's got a lot of heart. All right, they're like villagers are very thankful. We're heroes. They like me here now. Looks like the exclamation point means she might have an extra, like something that's going to result in
It's all right.
a task. Don't worry, the tides will change. We'll arrive in Altabury all the same. Altabury's the next town where we're going for this competition for the king. If it's Hodor or Friar Tuck, is that the innkeeper? This is the second time you made reference to Hodor, and by the time I saw it, I didn't know what you were referring to. So I was like, oh yeah, Hodor. All right, I don't know. Something I'd like to ask of you. You see, I'm not quite accustomed to life outside the island yet. So to avoid any blunders on our forthcoming travels, I'd like to learn about the world ahead of time. So I was wondering if you could tell me more about other towns. Even just a bit would suffice. Yeah, sure.
I'm quite grateful.
Thank you very much. Let's talk as we stroll the beach. I bet this is going to cost an afternoon slot. Oh, maybe not. I talked to Yufa about the busiest, most bustling street in Grand Trad, Lumio Street.
Wow. It's nothing like Etria. Incredible.
Her eye was blinking? Her middle eye? I didn't notice.
Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, it didn't move.
In Grand Trad have big families.
Alright, so I don't know why it doesn't blink regularly with the other eyes, but it definitely seems to be alive. So do people in Grand Trad have big families? I don't think so. What? Maybe? Why do you ask?
What makes you think that?
If it's called Sunlumio Street, then all its residents are of the Sunlumio, are they not?
Oh, it's not about a clan, no.
On the island, places are named after the people who live there, so... Oh, maybe that's not how it works there?
Probably named after one rich bastard who they named to kiss ass. Mr. Sunlunio or whatever.
I'm sorry, I must come across so
Don't
strangely.
don't be apologetic about it.
Yufa?
Brother.
Her eye is moving. You're right, yeah. He's like, you dumbass. You have 3 eyes and only 2 close at once? Does that make it a blink or a wink? Yeah. She been winking at me this whole time? Brother?
I'm learning about the outside world from him. If I remain naive about it, I will only be a burden.
Does living beyond our borders make you anxious, Yufa?
A little. But I shouldn't be, no? This was my own decision.
There's nothing wrong with standing behind your decision.
Precisely, yes. The first time I left the island, I was so nervous my knees shook.
Really? Is that true, brother?
No one steps out into the unknown without some trepidation in their heart. That said, people only fear what they don't know because they don't fully understand themselves. I believe this is your time, sister. You've heard of the trials of Malnever, have you not?
It could be a nice cloak and a twister mat, you know?
It is an island where a peculiar monster lives, raised in stagnant magla. The monster reflects the anxiety of those who challenge it, and it provides those who overcome it with proof of their victory. I am one such victor, and I gained a great deal from it. I think you could stand to benefit as well, Yufa. You would count your new friends as reliable warriors, correct? Perhaps you might tempt them with the discarded treasures and armaments of our ancestors there. It will challenge you, to be sure, but you'll walk away better for it. Before you leave, consider testing your strength.
But... what if it proves too challenging?
We'll do it together, Yufa.
The weather on the island is unpredictable at best. We won't know how dangerous it will be.
Wait, didn't he just say that it fights against your own anxieties? This is exactly the sort of stinking thinking that's gonna make you not be able to fight the monster.
I would never send my precious sister off without regard for her safety. I have some idea of how to handle the weather.
Oh, we're gonna get something to control the weather? The weather is actually a significant thing in this game. If you go to if it's really bad weather, when you're in at a location where you're on like a combat mission, it fucks up your combat. So that whole thing about strengths and weaknesses, being able to exploit weaknesses, giving you extra attacks, you lose that. So exploiting weaknesses doesn't give you that advantage anymore, which is it. Not being able to figure out and exploit weaknesses is a huge problem. But also, you get more experience. So it's a sort of trade-off. Like, you could argue that, like, you could do that where it's extra hard on purpose to get more experience per kill.
won't you put your faith in your new friend and me? Your focus must be solely on the trial.
I understand.
I know this one time I went to kind of a hard dungeon and I didn't realize that it was going to be bad weather on the day. Because you can't tell, you can pay special people to give you a forecast for the next 3 days. And then you can see, because some of these places you go to can take a day, 2 days, even 3 days to get to. So you have to know what the weather is, not just what the weather is now when you leave, but you have to know what the weather is going to be at that location on the day that you're going to be there. And I've had it happen before where I've gotten to a location and you've already spent 1 or 2 days getting there. You're like, well, I'm not going to waste those days and just go back and come back later because I lost days getting here. So I've gotten caught a couple times where I'm just like, well, I'm just going to have to deal with like, my combat's going to be like really extra hard, but I'm here. I might as well try.
If this proof you speak of will give me the power to step boldly into my future, then I will want for nothing else.
That's why if we end up there's some way we can control the weather, that would be like a kind of a big deal.
That's the spirit. If you do decide to go, pay me a visit before heading out. I would see you all off safely.
This one's important.
I need to complete the trial in the deepest part of the land of ceremony for Yufa. Ooh, how many diamonds are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Actually, I think that's like, I've been trying to do them by difficulty. I think all of them are at least, everything available now is at least of that difficulty. And it will increase my wisdom, which that's good.
Yes,
all right.
That's the place.
So it takes a day to
Now,
get
I
there.
wouldn't mind visiting if we've the time.
This place.
All right. And right now, it's got the same shitty weathers. That purple icon means that it's got the bad weather. So if we were there right now, we would be under the effects of, like, the combat would be extra hard because of the bad weather.
All rather mysterious, isn't it? But knowing you'll be at my side, I admit, I do find my courage. A trial awaits. Please, lend me your strength.
Hey, hasn't that island been abandoned for quite some time? I hope the Magla isn't too strong.
But you'd better be prepared for the worst, okay?
Okay, so first, now that we've got a new location, we can go to the inn and buy information from the there's an informant in each town that, as you learn about new locations, can give you like the hint about what the weaknesses and strengths and dangers and stuff of the monsters there are. Always worth doing.
Fancy a bit of info?
So, yep, the land of the ceremony trial, 2000. Definitely worth it.
Want in on this?
See, the land of ceremony is a special place for us. Before they venture outside the island, our youth go there to face a trial. It's not mandatory, of course. According to what I've heard, the trial itself tasks the subject with, quote, defeating the monster within. It's said to be a bizarre creature that doesn't resemble any living thing. I wonder if it truly is a monster.
Just between us.
Rumor has it that it likes to summon its little friends. Its companions strengthen it, and then it hits you with a barrage of wind magic. Apparently it's weak to fire. Best to use that to your advantage and end things quickly. There's also a bird-like monster called the Leogryph there. Sounds like a lion. Hippogriff? The closer you are to it, the worse its attacks get. If I were you, I'd attack from a distance and avoid using wind, since it won't be effective. Okay. So we gotta maybe not emphasize wind so much in our arsenal. Better to make sure we're ready first. Think a visit to Academia is in order? Yep, sure is. I received a scrap of paper inscribed with the information I just heard. I'll be putting it away so I can check it later. Okay. So, well, first things, I want to actually see if there's a time limit on this quest. The Trial of Malnova, no deadline. The easiest quest I have is Defeat of the Colosseum Monster. Apparently, if you do, there's a Colosseum in one of the big towns, and you can do sequentially harder. But the challenge is, like, defeat this powerful thing in 3 rounds, and I tried it once, and I fucked up. And I think I probably need to look up a cheat, or look up, like, what its weaknesses are, or how to beat it. So I could be able to beat it, but in 3 rounds, you got to be, like, know exactly what you're doing from the get-go. And you end up wasting a day doing that. So it's like, I keep skipping it. After the first failure, the first time I fought it and I failed, I've been like, I keep putting it off. Save the morning snakes. This one's a little bit easier, but it's on the way to a hard one. Yeah, this one is up here, but it's on the path that goes around here to let me see. Is it Peak Curiosity? It goes all the way, if you keep going down to here. So it's like, ideally, I would take both of those out on the same trip at the same time. And this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 stars. So this one's also hard. But since we don't have time limits, you know, people have a hard time with some of these games sometimes figuring out, you know, you have a certain amount of calendar days, a limited amount of time to do things. So you can't grind unlimited on whatever you want. And so I was looking through, like, guides, or not guides, but like forums where people are discussing it and their experiences of, like, what the best things are to prioritize. And I found one that I've ended up kind of settling on, and that is the first things to knock out are to check your supporters. This is your relationships with your friends, and see if there are any available that you can help them with. Mm-hmm. So, like, right now I check with her. It says, looks like you've caught someone's interest. Not sure they'll be able to talk to you right now, but you want to look for them. This means that, no, there isn't something I can do for them right now, but it's probably because I need to raise an attribute like my wisdom score or my courage score. And once I've raised it enough, then it'll unlock that. So let me see. Hulkenberg is someone. And if I look here, I can get a hint or get a clue of what it is. So if I try to say yes, let's see what's up. I don't know if they'll talk to me right now. Now we'll skip that. Probably... they want to wait till we're on the ship. But usually they'll give you, like, a thing. Let me see if anyone else has one. Maria? Now here they tell you explicitly, Maria would not have much to say given my current tolerance. Tolerance is one of the kingly attributes that you're developing. So here... These are the kingly attributes: courage, wisdom, tolerance, eloquence, and imagination. And you do during certain things will give you points towards building these up. So right now, my tolerance is at 3, and it's at the very beginning of 3. So there's a long way before I'll be ready to get Maria. And everything's at 3 except for wisdom. This unlocked something for one of my companions. I know courage. I'm specifically aware that a couple of them were waiting on courage.
Hey.
Let me see if there's any new one for the... Probably the person we just recruited, her relationship will be increased by completing this quest we were just given. But this guy, I think, was he's like a military commander. Not everyone who's a supporter is in your group. There's people out in the world in different places that you helping them through their stories. Must protect. There's a town that he's trying to protect. Help him slay the human. Should go see him. It just says it's not ready yet, so I don't want to waste time. So I think I am going to conquer that quest we just got for her first. But first.
All right then.
I want to see there are people like fortune tellers so you can tell the weather. And I don't know if they have one in this town. Oh god, the red. There's certain discount days too. And this is a discount day. Let me check the calendar. One day out of the week, like effectively there's Sundays, are marked in red on the calendar. And it's a big bargain day. Basically it's 20% off everything in the main stores in all the cities. So, and it doesn't take up like game time to go shopping. And one of the mechanics here is once you've been to a major town, your ship has a teleporter so you can travel between the towns instantly, and it doesn't take up time. Just between towns. To travel like outside the towns of the dungeon stuff does take time. So we can actually, and they really streamline it, so I can literally just go to the map. Well, actually, I think, no, they don't have the drugs I want here. I buy all the cheap healing herbs to heal myself between battles and dungeons.
What now?
And I actually blew through all of them on that last one. So, let's see.
Right,
I want to zoom out. I know they've got it in the capital. And you can literally go straight to the place that sells it. So the place is Comfort Concoctions. You can teleport straight there, basically.
Hey! And what is it you want?
Alright, probably have a shitload of stuff to sell, too. Yeah, 60,000. That's actually not.
Now then.
That's decent, but you can burn through this kind of money real quick if you start buying weapons and stuff. Can I appraise anything? Yeah, let's appraise. You get weapons that you can't tell if how good or bad they are until you've had them appraised, and then I can check and see if they're better than what my party has. Bow. No one's using a bow right now. I forget which class uses the bow. And that one is a piece of armor. Well, it looks like it's better than a lot of people's armor. But what we came here for was to buy the medicinal herbs. These are the cheapest herbs. I consider for me a full stock is having 50. We ran completely out. And then I think with this medicine, I'm actually going to buy up to 30. Oh, wait. So we'll do 16. Anything else I want to top off? I like to have these other ones topped off at 10. This is what the revival medicines, if your guy falls in battle, you can use that to bring them back. All right. And there's also certain things at the church in this town. St. Fermi's Church.
Let's go.
Closure.
Let's see. These are just cure status elements. I like to keep them at 10, the stuff for status elements. All right, and this guy can also purify items. This is as opposed to the appraise skill. You find certain things that you need resources to undo, to actually purify them. But let's see. I think this steel stab one I've been wanting. So it costs like 7,000 to do it, but you also need two blessed waters and 1 graced water. So that becomes the bottleneck, because like a bunch of these need blessed water. They all need blessed water. 2 blessed waters in order to do, in addition to graced water. You know, there's different levels of like the holy water that you need. But if I do this, I'm not going to be able to purify. Even though I have the money, I won't be able to purify. I can only purify one thing right now. You get the stuff from like certain monsters and certain treasure chests in dungeons. Like you can't just buy that holy water. So it's a pretty limited resource. Is this really good? Oh no. Oh well. The only person who uses this weapon, it's much worse than the weapon that he already has. No one will equip that. Oh, no one's equipping that. It's a piece of garbage. Oh well. You can't win them all. Let's see. Let's check out an intermediate. Whoops.
All right then. Where to?
This big town has a shop with more powerful potions. So I'm just gonna pop in there, make sure there's nothing in there. It's in the Merchant's Bazaar.
Let's go.
I should be checking the food vendors too. Wow, it's bright.
The goods are cheap today.
Let's see. Life-saving enemy. Yeah, let's keep that up to 10. And these things in the bottom are things you can use to attack stuff. That I don't need so much. This thing lets you get out of dungeons. Like, wherever you are, you can use it to escape dungeons. But I've never actually used one. I always used the Magla Hollow, the special rooms where you can save. They let you teleport to the exits. I've only ever left dungeons either by completing the dungeons or by using those special rooms. But it's nice to know that I do have 10 of these. If I ever do need to just get the hell out and I can't find a Magla Hollow, I can still get out if I need to. Go back to town and lick my wounds. All right, is there anything else? Since it's discount day, I said I was going to check food.
Yeah?
Let's see.
Real cheap today.
Okay, I've got 10 of both of these. So the bottleneck on these recipes, these are the stuff that I use that does all the big healing, has been made from coney meat in addition to other ingredients. But the bottleneck is not enough meat for those. Let me see.
Got a bargain today.
This, I'll top these off at 10. And this, I'll top off at 10. Actually, Clearwater, that's cheap, so I'm gonna just buy a bunch of those. Actually, now that I'm on a roll for cooking, I'm gonna check the other town
Where
cooking.
to?
Let's go.
There's one special ingredient that I always need more of that you can only get from a village that you have to actually travel to. I'm considering making a trip there. I'm gonna see if I can get a forecast.
Real cheap today.
Water's on sale. Mellow milk, that's the special one. It's sold out. It's a hard to get ingredient, but I think at this other village you can buy more. And then there's a meat vendor here too. But you can see as I'm walking around, there's these guys with these different things on their head. Like this guy's got a little, it's a crown with a face smiling, and that corresponds to these. So you can see that's the crown with the face smiling, like going like this is the top center one, tolerance. So these are scattered through all the different towns. You talk to these people, and then they'll have some sort of conversation or activity or something that you can do that will increase that attribute, but it costs you that time. For like that afternoon slot would be wasted if I did that. But that's what I mean. If you finish your dungeons and you finish your follower requests, it's still valuable to have leftover time, because you can do these things to fill in, to raise up your attributes. So you can unlock even more stuff. Wait, do I have any quests to turn into the... It's basically like the job board.
Take a look.
I don't think I have any quests to turn in. Nope. I have one quest from the job boards that I haven't completed. Alright. And there's no time limit on it, so...
I just can't believe it's true.
I need to run back down. There's a fortune teller down at that town square by the fountain that can predict the weather.
I'm just incredulous.
Alright, here's a meat salesman.
This is on sale right now.
We'll get some bidet meat. Top that off at 10.
Hey, you.
Alright. Oh, and each town has one of these things where you can check your standings. And it also gives you bonus magla. It's a currency that you use when you're buying new archetypes. When you're attaching new archetypes to new characters. And archetype abilities. So we came to see the King's Rock.
Hang on, what if... Isn't that...
So the bigger the faces are on here, the more ahead they are in the tournament. So the big head is like basically like this world's version of the Pope. And then is that me on the left? This is the first time I've actually been able to see my face on it. Or is that usually it's Luis is the second one. That's got to be Luis. That can't be me.
Let's see.
Doesn't look like the order's changed. Okay, so no. Those are it's the Pope, Luis the piece of shit, and the third guy is like a military. I think he's like a general or something. And then there's some other less distinct faces. Supposedly I'm now visible on it, but I'm like this big. Doesn't look like the order's changed at all since we saw it last. Alright, but I get there's some magla for me.
Yep.
Get back to it? Yes. We were gonna go to the fortune teller.
I'm just... You're not serious.
He's got this skateboard that I barely... It's not a skateboard. It's like magic hovering sword. I almost never use it because fast travel is so effective. It's almost never necessary.
Where to?
Okay, stop doing that. All right, here's the spirited seer. 250. I can get a 3-day forecast.
Well, thank you.
Let's see.
Where do you want to check the weather? Well, let's see. Where we want to go... Oh, shit. Where we want to go is here. But it looks like the weather's always shitty there.
And right there's a labyrinth.
Alright, but the guy's brother did say something about, like, see me about the weather. what I could do is just take a day doing something else and see if when I go a day forward, see if day 3 changes. I'm assuming the fact that it's 3 bad weathers in a row should be an indication to me that it's probably all bad weather.
Pop by again, won't you?
Do I really need that milk that bad?
All right then. Go.
Ah, capital. Everyone's here. Now then.
That's where you want to go.
Just a moment.
So what I'm thinking of doing... Where's that village? Oh, it was down here. Okay, it still will only count as one. Ooh, I could run into a gauntlet runner if I go here. Yes. So if I choose this village, I'll actually start from here. So running into gauntlet runners can progress a story too, if you see them on the map like this. So you know what? I think rather than go straight to the quest I just picked up, which doesn't have a deadline. Oops. This is the village where I can buy more of the... unless I've exhausted the supply, I can buy more of that special milk. So we're not going to be doing a quest objective right now at all.
Going for a breather, are we?
Yep, we're just going to have this little detour and go visit that village, see if we can buy more milk.
It's your call.
We'll get there by midday. If we teleport to the nearest city, we could make it back by tonight. Yep. Let's go.
Let's be off.
And we get to spend some time traveling on the ship, which I like.
Can you hear me?
His voice is echoing in the runner's phone. Sometimes you do get attacked by flying things up on the deck. There's some sort of altar that's appeared in the lounge? What? Yufa said something about it possessing divine powers, so give it a look. Yufa has arranged an altar in the lounge. Use it to dedicate a heartfelt prayer to another person, which may increase their maximum MP. Okay, so there's a lot of activities that you can use to pass the time that your travel time you can still use to increase things. And before, there's like... I hear a voice. Oh, here's probably where I can talk to... Now that we're on the ship, I can probably talk to Hulkenberg, too. Progress her story. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to do that. But just by way of example, there's different... Well, some things, like, for example, if I go into the little bathroom here and I wash myself...
Well then...
Every time I come in here and I do that, once per day I can get 100 experience points. So little things to remind while you're on the ship to remember to do. It doesn't cost you time. The other thing is there's a pantry here. Random ingredients get dropped off in here each day. So, hey, look, a coney meat and pristine clear water. And I have a skill so that it's called fast cooking, so I can cook and it won't pass time. And you can only cook when you're on this ship when the ship is running. That's the only time you can cook. Oh, it looks like I got more recipes because of the priestess that joined us. Probably have to buy meat from her hometown to do her recipes. See, and there may not be anything we want to buy. I really can't. Okay, where's the almighty stuff? Mellow milk. That's what I'm going to buy. Mellow milk. Increases attack, defense, hit, and evasion for 3 turns for all allies. It's pretty good. Where was the other one? The almighty. There's a couple... All her stuff said almighty in front of it, didn't it? Or are they all just down at the bottom there? Amber stew. Increases physical attack of a power 1 time for all allies. increases magic attack power 1 time for all allies. Alright, so this, like, if you need a round to just for everyone to be super on point. Finisher. I never used this, but for 30 seconds you can defeat enemies in the field. So before you go into combat in a dungeon, you can actually strike enemies first. And if they're at your strength or stronger, then if you can get them off guard, you can do that and like start the battle with them at like half health and stunned. If they're weaker than you, you can hit the enemies and just take them out without even having to go into turn-based combat. If you eat this stuff, apparently for 30 seconds, I don't know if that means you can defeat the stuff that's stronger than you with 1 hit, or just the fodder. I haven't tried it. Does anything else use brocaded koi? Yeah, the ambers too. Alright, I already have 2 finisher noodles. I won't do any more of those. Alright, I think we're going to sit on this. We're not going to cook anything right now. Check cask. I never even looked at this before. Oh, it doesn't do anything. So, here if I talk to her, apparently I can do something to increase my imagination. There are books here. Books can increase different kingly attributes as well. This is all the different ways you can spend your time when you're traveling on the ship. And then there's Moore's Phantom, so you can change all your stuff out. There's basically a vacuum cleaner. If you use it, it increases your maximum HP just a little bit. Washing machine, if you use this, it increases your max MP just a little bit. And I think with this one, it says you find spare change at the end, and you end up usually getting like 1,000 extra gold too. It's like they give you a nice generous chunk. You do get rewarded for choosing any one of these options. You always got to do the most important one for, you know, prioritize. And then also the ship's just pretty cool in general. There's all the different areas to explore on the ship. I don't think I had the ship last time I streamed this. So in the back, I haven't used this back here. This back deck basically has this like bathtub jacuzzi thing with like, you can add special incense to it that will, so if you use it, you'll increase your attributes, but you can only use it at nighttime.
Let's not.
There's a bath cast. Maybe I should take a dip next time we set up camp. So maybe I'll try that. I think we're going to set up camp. No, we won't right now. But when we go on the next quest, we will. Because this is not an overnight trip, but it is going to waste my it's going to waste my day. I think my afternoon. And then there's the front main deck. Probably Hulkenberg's up here. Yep, there's her. That's why I couldn't talk to her before, because you had to be on the ship. But I like this too. This is us traveling over the land. This is another one of those things that just makes me, it's like that cozy feel I was talking about. This just feels incredibly cool that that they have travel. And if you're going to places that further away, you go through several days where you do your day, you do your night at camp. Do your day, do your night at camp on the ship. And different events happen and things like that. It's just cool. Like, it's one of the things I didn't think I would like about this game. I thought the ships looked weird. When in like the previews, I'm like, I don't know if I like the ship. It's like one of my favorite things about the game. I love this ship. And then if you go to this ladder, it takes you to like this little top deck where Heisme, one of my guys, he's set up a little tent for himself up here. So this is where he has all his shit in there. He likes to sleep in the tent. There's not much excitement for the tournament or the new king in my home village. Political matters never really mattered to us out in the backwoods. I suppose that's because they dismiss most things that, quote, aren't their problem. Alright, he's got a whole story going on with his reclusive hometown. Alright, I think we're going to He's pretty good. He was another one where I was like, he looks ridiculous. And then my anime prejudice is kicked in. And I'm like, when I first saw him, I'm like, that thing looks ridiculous. But then he's a really interesting character. He's got this very deep, like, he sounds a little bit like Jeremy Irons or Professor Snape a little bit. He's got this really cool voice. All right, we're going to do, this is going to be part of her storyline. Let me see, with hers, I don't know what the story is going to be now. The storyline that I've been helping her with has been ongoing for various like episodes. And up till now, it was that she had run into someone that she became a knight with back in the olden days. And she left the main knighthood to protect the prince, and the prince got cursed and everyone thinks he's dead. So she's considered like disgraced. This other guy thought she's disgraced, but then he turned into this real like corrupt asshole. And so it kept ramping up until the last story mission with her, for her story, she actually had a duel with him, and she defeated him, and then he was arrested. By a certain like suborder of the knights came and arrested him because they built up a case about his corruption. So maybe there's still more going on with this guy.
Well met.
We have the spear, our sole means of dispatching Luis. 'Tis a precious tool indeed. Now it is a time for prudence. We strengthen our arm before the thrust.
Say.
I realize our business is pressing, but there's something I'd like to discuss. I have something to report concerning the aftermath of the duel. Might you take time to hear it? Of course.
Thank you. I've received word from the Shadow Guard. Rodanth has been confined to an underground cell. For the time being, the chaos in the capital should be still.
But it's not over yet.
I don't think we're in the clear just yet.
Agreed. All that's changed is that Rodanth is removed from power.
So, and depending on how you answer during these things, you can be rewarded with more of those. I think that increases your kingly attributes. So, depending on if you give a good or a bad answer, you'd be rewarded with more or less of those things.
We spoke of it before. A knight's duty is to their oath. Yet without a king, an oath might hold little weight to any one knight. And an armed force, disunified in purpose, is but a spark away from a raging war. If the knighthood flounders further, whether clinging to power or simply self-preservation, a second Rodanth, or even a third, will surely emerge. Unless His Royal Highness the Prince takes the throne, there will be no true rebirth for the knighthood.
So we can't afford to fail. Yeah, I like that.
Another reason we can't afford to lose, I suppose.
Indeed. In defeating Luis, we shall win back the future of this nation. My duel with Rodanth left much clear. I proved I am not the woman I once was. It can only be the journey thus far that has changed me. You've helped me grow as a new person. Never again will I wield my power only to hide my own sense of inferiority. My convictions shall lead me, and I shall fight by their strength. Thus, I vow anew to use my power for you.
You are a true knight.
You're a true knight.
Only scant days ago, I was embarrassed to call myself a knight at all. 'Tis a strange feeling.
She really liked that. That right now, you guys haven't been along for the whole story. Right now, this little exchange, I'm getting a little bit like, yeah, no, you're not. You're crying. I can feel Hulkenberg's unshakable trust in me and the strength of our bond.
The steadfast vassal, Hulkenberg, keeper and heritor of the knight's virtues. By the grace of her newfound powers, work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Oh, I think I've maxed out my relationship with her. Alright, so what do we gain? Scion's Essence increases skill inheritance slots for the knight's lineage to 4. So I think, not that she's anywhere near being able to be qualified to level up into that slot. It's now unlocked whenever I'm able to get her up to the point of qualifying. Special guard duty. High probability for Hulkenberg to defend the protagonist from attack on his weakness. So what we saw earlier in a combat was, I think, a lesser variation on this. There was a point where my guy was, I believe he was anxious. He was in a weakened state. And the enemy was going to take advantage of that by attacking him. And if you guys remember, she jumped in front of him and took the hit for him. And she did it proactively. I didn't cause her to do it. I wasn't using any kind of an ability that would cause her to do it. It was just something that randomly happened. And in that moment, it happened when he was particularly vulnerable, which was pretty cool. So now she's got a very high probability to defend the protagonist from an attack on his weakness. I think most of the time my weakness is fire. Grand Fantasy. Hulkenberg is ready to acquire a new heroic embodiment. Are you in a weakened state, Brad? You hope no one takes advantage? You should have Hulkenberg around, just in case. See, more skills can now be inherited by the knight lineage in Academia due to the effects of Scion's Essence.
The man of the Shadow Guard paused before departing.
He
bid me farewell. He told me he hoped to one day be my equal. A knight not merely in title, but in truest spirit. I never thought the day would come that I might see the honor in myself.
Yeah, she feels very defeated that the prince, that she wasn't able to protect the prince. So it's been like this big shame of hers for, the last 10 years or however long since that happened. She thought he was dead, but she was still looking for him. She'd been searching the world for him. She only, once she met us, learned that he was actually alive. And then she joined our cause.
As a knight, and as an ally, I will stay by your side, now and always. Truly, my friend. Thank you.
Two of us spent a long time in each other's company, speaking freely and comfortably. Thanks to the strong trust between Hulkenberg and me, the entirety of the knighthood now supports me. Ooh, so this is helping my bid for the king. I wonder if Hulkenberg is hiding a third eye under those uber bangs? Oh, that'd be quite the plot twist, wouldn't it? I only gained 1 rank in popularity by having the entire knighthood support me. I don't know, I feel like I got the short end of the stick on that one. Oh, wait just 1 minute. Runner coming in next to us here. That's what we saw. We saw one of the other competitors in the contest, Runner here. That often ends up in us having like some kind of a encounter.
That can only be Jin.
Jin King Starlight. I say, he's pretty agile for his size. Hurry up now. The royal magic should ensure none can lay a hand on us. Seems that won't stop some from trying anyway.
On guard!
Perhaps they have some sort of trick up their sleeve. Regardless, let's hurry up to the deck. What's this guy up to?
The hunt begins. Should any candidates dare to stand against us, we'll cut them down and take the credit for all their... wait, you?
I don't remember who this guy is. He seems like a real creep.
You can't be. You're the fellow from the exhibition. Not the one who can't be killed.
Oh, now he's shitting in his pants.
Bloody hell! My plans, I thought I finally had a chance at winning back my followers.
I don't think we've seen this guy before.
But if I run now, then there really would be no turning back. No, I have to fight. I have to.
Well, you seem like you're a piece of shit, so if you end up getting killed by the king's magic trying to kill me, that's fine. It seems really sexy. He is a little bit fabulous, I won't lie. Uma Thurman Banks, there you go.
Hey, are you serious?
Yeah.
You know you can't attack us, right? But you're allies?
That's it! I just have to take out someone from your party! Then my credibility will be unimpeachable! This is my last chance!
Early bird gets the glory, what? Let's have a spot of inventor's ingenuity.
My relationship with the pilot of this thing allows, if we get attacked on deck, the combat always starts with him being able to use his cannons on them, so that's nice. That was the guy who drives a ship. He doesn't go on adventures with us, but he is one of my supporters that he has a story and I build a relationship with. There's a lot of them, like that pink boa. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, his fashion sense is impeccable. His attitude could use some adjustment. Let's see.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Well, let's just poke around. Let's see how he likes to get slashed. Just keep it simple to start.
Even my strength will be needed.
Oh, it'll be fun to use this ridiculous summon spell on this guy. Talk about shitting your pants.
No, stop it! I will fight with pride.
No, stop it.
Magic Seeker!
Throw him a fish. There you go.
I can take this.
Is everyone all right?
Well, so far we're not finding any weaknesses.
Oh, power!
Let's give him a heavy piercing lance rush.
I'll run you through.
He doesn't resist anything, but he's also not weak.
You coward! How come you're the only one who gets protected? You're cheating! You cheater! This isn't good! Come on!
My strength is fading.
Stroll, your speed's down.
I shall vanquish evil.
Let's see how he does with fire.
The power of fire!
I shall do my best.
Oh, let's do something. This guy's not doing anything too crazy. Let's do the summon lizard man dual attack on this guy.
Go! It is your turn!
I don't know if I've done this one yet.
Help me finish this.
Stop it!
Stop it!
Wind!
That did it.
Please, just spare my life.
Ugh. To kill him here would only sully my lance. Let us take him from this place.
A halfway decent result.
Ooh, I've maxed out. A couple of us have maxed out. I didn't realize our archetypes, our current archetypes. Now, if you're at the rank of master, that means you've hit level 20 in whatever archetype you're leveling. But if you continue, it's not a waste to continue to fight and gain archetype experience, because what you'll get instead of leveling, you'll get like potions that are basically you can drink to apply that archetype experience to any of your archetypes. So it can make sense to just keep using your strongest archetype and then use those potions to level up other ones until they're ready enough to like jump in and do them. Let's see Fatso in a sword fight. Uma Thurman bangs, or bangs that come down and cover only your nose. Does one of my guys have that? I guess a couple of my people have nose bangs.
I continue to grow.
Yeah, that just said you just received like a hero thing, Leaf of Light or whatever. That was what we got that gives archetype experience for somebody who's already maxed out on their archetype just got that. It adds into our pile of those things.
Power can be so intoxicating.
That didn't even improve my rank, did it?
Spectacular.
Bally good work out there, lad. No one's getting their hands on this ship under your lot. Now full speed ahead. No delay for us. Not if I can help it. That reminds me, I didn't even check to maximize my ability.
A small settlement located north of Brylehaven lies ahead. The industry that once thrived here fell into decline, and now the able-bodied youth dream instead of leaving home. A small population of mostly children and elders remain, and visitors are scarce. The gauntlet runner slows to a stop.
Or these little side villages are small enough that you don't even have, like, you don't even walk around in them. They just give you a picture, and then you can, like, usually it's just like going to a shop. Okay, this village seems dead as ever. It's not the village, but the hearts of the people living here. They have no life in them. Liveliness comes naturally as long as there's passion.
Yeah.
Too true. Guess we should finish up our business and get out of here. Do you have anything to sell at this point? No. I mean, not junk stuff. Briny weapon. Mellow milk is what I want to get. In fact, since there's no limit, I'm going to buy a shit ton of mellow milk. The whole reason I came here was for that. I might dump like half of my... I'm going to get a fuck ton. I can get $50,000 worth. There we go. I know that seems like a lot of milk, but it's so hard to get this milk. Like, I occasionally get some randomly in the pantry when I'm traveling. I'll get like one. But yeah, so that's good. I think that was worth the trip. 11 cows worth of milk. Yeah, I don't know how they can provide so much milk on demand, but I'll take it. Let's see, listen, what do they have anything to say? What should I ask about? Nah, I already dealt with this. Small talk, now skip it.
All right.
Are you done with your business? Yeah, let's go back to base.
Okay then.
And we teleport back. It only takes time to travel out. Going back happens just like that. All right. And now it's night, and we can still do a night activity. Let's see, nighttime. Some supporters' stories only happen at night. But I think I still need... Okay, they won't talk to me right now. Maybe. Okay. So I need to increase my attributes. Give them some small talk. Well, if I'd known you'd be interested, I would have done it. I just know that I've been to that village before, and I've already done all those dialogue options. So I was like, I doubt any of you are that interested, but I always forget Brad's here. You never know what's going to be interesting. Battle chatter, not so interesting. Let me see. I think one of the things I needed to increase was courage. And another was etiquette.
All right, then.
Oh, I can do etiquette right here, I think. Give a speech. Sometimes these go badly. I choose the wrong... I choose the non-political answer. If I stand on this podium, give a speech, I bet I could draw a lot of attention. Yeah, you're here. You're here basically all the time, Brad. I appreciate that.
This place.
Why don't you stand here and give a speech? It's a good chance to let people know your thoughts and feelings. My eloquence should improve. Wait a minute, there's one place where eloquence and wisdom would improve. No, it's fine. I need eloquence. Let's do it. Deciding a new king, eh? Honestly, I don't care what happens outside our village. Right, what good does you becoming a king do for us? What can you do? What should I say to reach their heart? I'll increase tourism. All will worship the dragon god? That seems like a bunch of bullshit. I'll protect the Mustari. Well, since there's isolationists, I don't think we want increased tourism. So, I'll protect the Mustari. They are, like, discriminated against in the rest of the kingdom, so I feel like this is the best answer.
Yes.
I will protect Mustari tribe from discrimination by guaranteeing your rights. Sounds nice and all, but how would he accomplish it? Not that I'm against the idea. I do like the thought of being able to be ourselves when we're off the island, master not. Gab, 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 gab. I managed to win the hearts of the people with my speech. I feel like my eloquence has improved.
All right.
Yay! Oh, I got money too. I don't know how that happened. After spending more time with the people of the village, I return to the group. Alright. Oh, my rank? Still 11. Okay. Sometimes after a really effective speech in the right context,
and the age of a new king draws nearer.
This is getting harder and harder to move up into slots now that I'm like almost in the top 10. When I was number 4,287, it's a lot easier to go up a few. Let's see. Since we've got some time before the fake lance is ready, I let Basilio, I keep wanting to call him Balcio, Balcio, and Fidelio know that we're going to settle in here for a little bit. And I can't imagine they responded to that with a chummy nod and a smile. Hardly. So I make something up about how the tide was too unstable to sail on. I mean, what's one more little lie on top of the heap? They bought it, I think.
Most helpful.
Is that so? Well, it works out in our favor. Or that works out in our favor. Now we must simply carry on as we normally do, doing our usual activities, so as not to arouse their suspicions.
Well then.
Alright. This is probably not the best time to start a new day of activities, given that I'm tired and it's almost midnight. So I think we're gonna have to, we're gonna call it. Yeah, don't be sus. Thanks, Archive.
What now?
I'll remember that now. Let's see, let's return title. Bullshit! Uh-oh, all caps too, no less. Oh my god. And that is that. Wow, that's really low, isn't it? I feel like I got a monkey with volume like every single time I stream. The volume is like, that seems low now. All right, whatever. Did I play this more than Baldur's Gate 3? This game's a little simpler. I feel like this game's a little simpler. That's probably the way I explain it. I don't know if that's a good explanation. But the idea of managing like a whole troop of 5th edition D&D 5th edition characters and leveling them and doing all that feels, and controlling them in battle and the more open-ended tactical battles feels more mentally challenging than this game. And so yeah, that's really, and then I think there's some component of that I did a shit ton of story and then I stopped playing it a year and a half ago and I don't remember what was happening. So there's a component of that as well. So it becomes like many large games that I start playing and then stop. It's become a thing of like, it just feels like there's a wall of effort that's going to be required to get back into it. should finish Baldur's Gate 3. I've tried to jump back into it a few times. I've launched it a few times over the past year. And because I'm like, oh, maybe if I get playing, then it'll click. Because sometimes the game will be like that. Like, I'll just think about it and go, oh, it's going to be so much to, like, refigure out how the fuck everything works. I just don't want to deal with it. And I think that's been a theme, especially since we got Millie, too. But in general, and recently with my new job, an increasing, and maybe because I'm getting older, too, an increasing thing is increasingly, I don't want to put effort. I don't want to put like effort into my gaming because I'm just drained of it. Especially with my job right now. I come out of my job and I'm just like, fucking, I'm done. I have decision fatigue. I don't know whatever. Well, I missed 3 days of work last week, and it could very well have been because I've just been too stressed out about my job, and my body was like, hey, time out, buddy. Here, I'll make it so you can't sit at your desk for a few days without feeling like you're gonna fall out of it. So there you go. Guess you can't work. Not to say that playing Baldur's Gate would cause me to have like a mental breakdown, but it's all part of that same like, oh god, there's so much to deal with in Baldur's Gate that I don't want to deal with. It turns out, like, now that I'm into this, there's a lot going on in this too. But I've got it down to kind of a rhythm that it is not that complicated. I think Baldur's Gate can be kind of the same way. Once you get into Baldur's Gate, it gets down to a little bit of a rhythm too. Finishing it. I've finished games on occasion. I finished it's not necessarily the games anyone wants to see me finish. I did finish Jedi or Star Wars Outlaws, which everyone thinks sucks and no one wanted to watch me play, but I thought it was really good and I finished it. I had a lot of fun. I finished sort of the Stanley Principle Ultimate Edition, as much as one can finish Stanley Parable Ultimate Edition. Let me think, what other games have I this past year? Talos Principle 1, 2, and the expansion. I haven't finished the expansion for Talos Principle 2. So I will say, in the past couple of years, I have completed more games than historically I normally do. But I've also started and not finished a lot of games as well. Stress might have made you dizzy. I won't rule it out, but I think it's probably plaque buildup on your arteries. Wouldn't that show up though? Like if it was appreciable to that? Like when they do well, I guess they'll do the EKG, but would that not be showing up in like my blood pressure or another, like would they not be able to detect that that's why it's happening? Maybe it's the case. You weren't around when I played Star Wars, play it again? I got lots of streams, Maxie. You could just make well, how many streams did I do of it? Like 4? I think I did 4 streams of it. I had enough of it for a while. I was like, when it was over, I was ready for it to be over. I think there was an expansion that has like Lando Calrissian in it, and I'm just like, I have no desire to play more of it right now. The other is that doctors are incompetent or intentionally trying to kill you. I mean, it could just be that that's the sort of thing that's not easy to detect. That could be happening, and there's not like a... But I would think if that was a common cause of dizziness, that there were tests like ultrasounds and shit to determine whether or not that's the case, they'd be able to do that, and that they would. I guess I only had three Star Wars Outlaw streams. You think it's intentionally trying to kill me? I mean, I could see like a profit motive for wanting you to remain sick. I mean, really, even not that, because honestly, like at Kaiser, the more that you can the more that they don't have to treat you, the better off they are. So if they are doing things that are gonna, they usually don't just go from I'm healthy to I'm dead. I mean, that does happen. Usually there's like a downward spiral that becomes very expensive for insurance, for medical insurance to deal with. That they have an interest in avoiding, which is why I don't immediately default to like the medical industry, even under a cynical assessment, wanting you to die, unless you're getting sick and dying is cheaper than treating you. Oh, I just made a lot of enemies. Check out high density lipoprotein. Huh. Is that something that gets covered in all the many... I'm going to go over like a complete metabolic labs and a few other things this weekend. And I never remember what all the labs are. I just know that they do a shit ton of them. And then I get to see a little chart of how it's changed over the last 10 years from all my annual labs. It's considered good cholesterol. Okay. Yeah, I know I don't have high cholesterol, but that also includes the good cholesterol. I don't think I have. I think I might be have been a little low historically on that. Or be like you and ignore it. Your potential health problems. I'm too much of a worrywart. You know what? Like, that's one of the main reasons why I really liked getting in shape when I was 49, because I really started to think like, I've been fucking around for too long. And that was a really nice feeling for a little while. For like that year, my blood pressure got better. Everything got better. All my lab work and everything. And I was like, holy shit, maybe I'm not going to die in my 50s from being like horribly not taking care of myself. I didn't necessarily think I would die in my 50s, but I was like, yeah, what's the average life expectancy? Like, at this rate, I'm not going to get there. And that made me sad to think like, oh, I could die in my 60s or whatever. I might not be that far away. And then when I got healthy, I was like, shit, I could have another 30 years. Like, or 30 or more. And suddenly I felt like I probably have a lot of life ahead of me. When I start slipping back and being not as healthy again, then I start like, that's where the dizziness has been to me, this little reminder of like, oh yeah, remember the reason I got healthy and was like really enjoying feeling healthy was because I felt like I was buying myself a couple decades of life by doing that. And I'm at an age now where like, that's important. Dieting taught you that the food pyramid is bullshit. I think if you were doing like a low carb or a ketosis based diet, I think there's something really weird about how ketosis works, because it fucking works. But I also do, it's like I know you lose the weight, but I'm also very suspicious of it. I did the Atkins diet once for a few weeks, and I was eating bacon and eggs and all this shit, like just binging it. But then I got to the point where I felt sick looking at eggs. Maybe if I'd approached it differently and chosen better things, I wouldn't have got sick of it. But all this stuff, like I was dying for just like a Triscuit. Like I saw Triscuits in the cupboard. That's how I fell out of the Atkins diet. I looked in the cupboard and I saw a box of Triscuits. And like my whole body just went, oh, I need it. And I ate the Triscuits. And I would all this stuff like, oh, bacon, eggs, hamburger with cheese, no bun. All that shit made me sick to think about it. But that box of Triscuits was like, I could feel my entire body craving for it. Like if you wonder what it would be like to be a vampire, like why when they get the bloodthirst that like they can't resist it, that's how I felt about that box of Triscuits when I was on the Atkins diet. Your vision improved. It's never improved as long as you've been alive, ever. Holy shit. Well, I know the actual food pyramid is considered where they're like, make sure to get all your servings of wheat. Most of your diet should be wheat. That's not true. The traditional food pyramid is a little bit. I think like the mainstream has caught up with that. That the old school food pyramid that we were taught growing up was pretty much like brought to you by Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread. Remember to eat lots of Wonder Bread to fulfill the bottom of your food pyramid. You made your own food pyramid. And the big broad part at the bottom is Jameson, which is basically grains. Yeah, you're fitting in with the old school. Yeah, there you go. I said I was always a little suspicious of those ketosis things. I'm not saying that I conclusively think it's bad. I just know I was like, what the fuck is going on? This is just weird. Why does looking at all this like keto stuff making me sick to look at it now? Like, they say listen to your body, which I think is also bullshit advice, but sometimes your body is repulsed by stuff. I could have just been tired of it, though. I was eating the same things. That was pretty good, Brad. I think having it condensed into an easy to consume liquid is very efficient. It's like me and my Huel. But even more liquidy. Carnivore isn't exactly keto. You tested for ketosis often, and you are often not in ketosis. Okay. Richard Dreyfuss made a food pyramid in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Was it mashed potatoes? Is that what you're referring to? He literally made a pyramid on his plate of mashed potatoes. A vague recollection. Where was the one? There was some movie or show where somebody used mashed potatoes to like... Oh, it was IT Crowd. There's an episode of IT Crowd where